Hey everyone, Anark here, and this is another monthly live stream. I always start the stream like that, knowing that literally nobody is watching right now. This is just for those of you at home who are watching the replay of the live stream, and I appreciate you being here. But also, it's the beginning of the live stream, so now I gotta go plug the live stream in a variety of places. So you'll forgive me. All right. Well, that's good enough for now, I'd say. Looking good, looking good. Welcome to the first few people who have shown up. Looks like we already got 10 people. Don't forget to like the stream. I think that does something. I actually don't know what it necessarily does. I'm just going to assume that it possibly makes it show up in people's home feeds more often. I don't think it probably makes it show up in their recommendeds. So yeah, as I usually do on the live streams, I think I'll probably just kind of start with a channel update. People probably noticed I haven't been uploading as often, or it's been kind of erratic. That was a conscious choice. I am trying to recover capacity, and I'm trying to focus more on getting the next big video essay done. I am not just a little behind schedule, I am like really behind schedule. So what I can say, as far as the progress goes, is that I've actually finally started recording voiceover for a part four of A Modern Anarchism organization. I would say probably about 3/4 through recording the voiceover. And I think that's at 3/4 through, it's at like almost 3 hours long. I think it's like 2 hours and 40 minutes or something. So expect this one to come in at over 3 hours. And of course, understand that just because I've got voiceover recorded doesn't mean that I'm like almost done. Then I have to, cut and edit the voiceover. Then I have to create all of the visuals and make them correspond with the voiceover. And then I have to queue up all of the music as well. I have to find music, and I have to put music into the video and for the, final product. The script, however, I have given to a lot of people already. If you are, for example, in the Discord, then I link the script to people all the time for part 4. If you want access to the Discord, I should just say you should become a patron at my Patreon, which is patreon.com/Anark. Patreon.com/Anark. Oh, that's Patreon/com. I don't think that's how that works. Patreon.com/Anark. The other ways, of course, you can become a YouTube member, subscriber, something. I don't know. There's like the feature. It's like YouTube, Patreon. You all know what I'm talking about. That's another way you can get access to the Discord. The Discord is honestly the best reward for being a supporter of the channel. There's like a community there, and honestly, it's a really healthy community. I find that a lot of leftist communities get really toxic, and they're very insulting, and we sort of normalize these sort of harassing behaviors, these sort of demeaning, insulting behaviors among us. But that is not the case on our server. This server is really meant to have sort of rational, kind, empathetic discourse. Not to say that literally nobody's ever mean on the server, but we try to prioritize people being solidaric, right? Which is to treat each other with kindness and respect and charity. And so we have a fantastic community on that Discord. It's taken a long time to get here. We've had to go through several iterations where we kept letting in people that were very toxic and that couldn't receive criticism, and that always went in on anybody who disagreed with them instead of just rationally presenting their points. And we kept thinking that somehow that was going to work out, and that that community would somehow even out. It never happened. What we had to do was insist that people treated each other with respect. And so now we have a fantastic Discord community. But yeah, the way to get access to that Discord is either becoming a patron or becoming a channel supporter. There's like some little dialogue for that. I think it's like right beside the subscribe button or something. But yeah, then you want to like go into the settings of either of those things, and you want to like put in your Discord information, and then it should do some kind of like automatic syncing thing in the process, and that should get you on the Discord. If not, of course, if you're really struggling with that, just send me a direct message on either of those platforms, which Patreon, I guess, has the direct messages. YouTube doesn't, but yeah. Once again, they're automatic integrations. So lots of people I notice sign on to these, and then they don't go into the settings and fill out their Discord info. And so they're confused. They're like, how do I get a link to the Discord? It should just auto invite you if you've filled out the integrations correctly. Anyway, oh yeah, channel updates. So yeah, I've been uploading really irregularly, kind of on purpose, trying to recover some energy, trying to make the channel feel less stressful and more trying to kind of rekindle some of my passion for producing the videos and everything, instead of kind of making it this monotonous job. I want it to remain something that I'm very passionate about. So I'm trying to do it at a pace which is more conducive to that. Got the first donation on stream. Thank you so much, Sam. $20 donation. He says, do you think that recent indictments of high-level politicians like Henry Queller, Bob Menendez, and Eric Adams is a sign of strength by the state, or a desperate attempt to recoup public confidence in a decaying system? The truth is I haven't looked really deeply into these indictments. I think the only one that I really know anything about at the moment is the one about Eric Adams. And that's just obviously because he's such a prominent figure, right? He's just not only is he the mayor of New York City, so it's kind of like everybody knows who he is by that simple fact, but also he was so protected by the Democrats for such an extended period of time, while everybody was critiquing him from so many different angles, and he was doing basically nothing the whole time, or rather, he was only doing negative things the whole time, right? But it's hard for me to work out because I haven't exactly found all of the correlations. I haven't researched deep enough to figure out like what links all of these together, to figure out maybe what the reasoning is for why these have all come out within such close proximity to one another. So I'm not going to speculate too much on something I don't know very much about, but I will say that it probably is more the latter. It's probably an attempt to recoup public confidence. I think the Democrats realize that the Democrats and many people that are in positions of power within the state kind of realize that this is a turning point. This is a moment when they really have to knock it out of the park in order to get back all of the trust that they have lost. They know that Trump has been severely damaging to the credibility of an already very non-credible system. Trust in Congress and elected officials was already low and has been for many years now. And I think there probably is some significant part of it where, yeah, this is to some degree about the reputation of the U.S. government. But of course, if it were really about the reputation of the U.S. government, they would have a lot more corruption to deal with. I think, as we all know, there's corruption in so many different cities, and there are so many prosecutable cases that are just public knowledge that seem to not be being followed up by any law enforcement. So there's also some aspect where it seems as if it's possible these people were, simply being targeted with preferential, enforcement, whereas lots of other people may be doing corrupt things all the time. These people maybe like stepped out of line or pissed off the wrong person. Once again, I don't want to speculate too much. I haven't done enough research to have an informed opinion. Ubik says, you got me into Robert Sapolsky. I've been reading Behave, and I never thought I would be so interested in neurons. Listen, neuroscience is intriguing, and primatology is intriguing. So Robert Sapolsky has a lot to say. He's also a really interesting guy. He's like had an evolution of his political thought over the course of his life. Recent Robert Sapolsky is way more in line with the kinds of things we might think, although I wouldn't say he's like an anarchist, but he's kind of come to a lot of similar conclusions over the course of his life as he's really thought about his research and reflected on the conclusions that he's come to. So super interesting guy, definitely worth researching really all stages of his career, but you'll find his political opinions are quite a bit more sus earlier in his life. Long Defiant says, the public won't give their confidence unless it's shown to be more than token prosecutions. Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely the case. It should also be said that this is my recollection, but I believe the U.S. governmental institution that has the lowest approval ratings is Congress. So it's not gonna salvage Congress's reputation for them to prosecute like mayors. And although I guess this is representative, Henry Queller is a representative, and Bob Menendez is a senator. So it's possible that if they did a ton of prosecutions of Congress members, it might help. But it would also be highly destabilizing to their system. So that's probably the reason why they're doing these kind of like you say, token prosecutions. Jesse Weideman says, free Palestine, indeed. Free Palestine. Will Nielsen says, I'm slightly confused by your recent video. Is it a critique of anarchism? I assume it's definitely not because you're an anarchist, but I feel like that's how it might come across to some people. Yeah, that was so funny. So that is just a snippet from my... when I went on the Seriously Wrong podcast, which is a great podcast. Y'all should listen to it. And that's just a skit from the total podcast. The total podcast like contextualizes the skit, which is the skit is it's a straw man. It's a purposeful straw man of what people think consensus is or think that anarchists are asking for. And in the broader podcast, I contextualize why that it's a straw man and why it's a joke and why it's not actually accurate to what anarchists want. And the solution is delegation. Like that's the reason why that what is described in that video really doesn't happen. Furthermore, the concept of consent doesn't require it, right? Like the person who is harmed gets to decide, who's going to give them treatment. They get to decide if they're going to get treatment. It's a big joke. It's poking fun at what people think anarchism is, precisely as another user says down below. Colin Frank says, good evening from Germany. Hope you have a nice day. Dang, I don't know what time it is in Germany. I'm not even going to speculate whether it's early or late, but I'm just going to assume it's late. I just did. I speculated. There it was. But yeah. Matthias Baker says, ever play any strategy games like Civilization or Age of Empires? Listen, I am a dyed-in-the-wool nerd and have been ever since I was young. So I've played like so many different kinds of games. I've played numerous Civilization games. I've played numerous Age of Empires game. I was a StarCraft 2 nerd for years. I was like a die-hard StarCraft 2 nerd. I won't pretend that I was some master, but I got to high gold And, you know, high gold is decent. Like it's for StarCraft 2. I think anybody who's played StarCraft 2 will know that high gold is actually very challenging to achieve. But yeah, I got to like high gold. I never got to some competitive level or anything, you know. But yeah, I mean, I love strategy games. Civilization has always been a little slow for me. It's not that I don't like it. I've enjoyed a couple Civilization games way back in the day, not like recent ones. And Age of Empires, I played back in Age of Empires 2 era, and that was a really fun game. Rowan Bowers donated $2 and says, thoughts on the murder of Marcellus Williams? That's just, it is just blatantly a lynching. I mean, everybody involved already came out and said that he wasn't guilty. Like all of the evidence suggested he wasn't guilty. He'd been exonerated in numerous different ways. If I recall correctly, the prosecutor on his case had come out and said after the case that he wasn't guilty and that it didn't appear he was guilty. And I think literally the only thing that was standing between him and not being executed at that point was just a stay of execution by the governor, I believe. And he just refused to give it. And that's literally all it boiled down to. An innocent man was lynched by the state. That's just 100% what took place. It was revolting. Next donation was from Eric Gray for $5. Always, as usual, coming in clutch with the literature recommendations. He says, currently reading Anarchism in Latin America for Hispanic Heritage Month, and it has been a good read so far. That is actually one that has been on my reading list for a while. As anybody can imagine, given the channel and like everything I do here, my reading list is massive. And for months now, I have not been actively reading. I mean, I've been kind of like reading here and there. I've been reading short pieces and essays, but I've not like dove into any big books or anything. So that reading list is definitely not getting cycled through at the moment. But I definitely intend on reading Anarchism in Latin America because Latin America has been a hotbed for anarchism for a very long time at this point. Fazboy says, anti-immigrant sentiment is widely popular among Western nations as of now. Is there any way to reverse the trend, or is it not possible? Yeah, no, I think there is a way to reverse the trend, but it's going to take a lot of hard work that people probably are not currently putting in. One of those things is to organize farm workers. And I know that may sound unusual, but when you organize farm workers, you also get people in the community who are organizing them to interact with them. You begin building bonds of solidarity. You also make them more visible. And the truth is that in a lot of places, immigrants are doing jobs that people in those communities don't really want to do to begin with. You know, like from the outside, everybody always talks about how, you know, immigrants are stealing people's jobs, but nobody wants those jobs. That's the reason why that immigrants are getting those jobs. You know, like ask any employer in the industries where they're hiring immigrants, how many non-immigrants are applying for the jobs they're giving to the immigrants. And you're going to find the answer is negligible or almost non-existent, literally non-existent in some industries. I think that it probably comes down to turning them into real people, connecting them to communities such that people can actually understand that they're real people. But that's hard. And it's also dangerous to those immigrants a lot of the time, because those immigrants kind of rely on their anonymity. They rely on the fact that they're obscure to the average person, because the more that they are known by the populace surrounding them, the more that it's possible that they'll be deported or they'll be oppressed or somebody might harm them. So that definitely puts up barriers to it. But I would say step number one is they need to be organized. We need to help them develop unions, help them do collective bargaining. And yeah, that absolutely can be very challenging because they could all be fired, but no employer wants to fire their entire workforce all at once. So if you can get them all together all at once to do collective bargaining, that can be very helpful. There's also still rules about how even illegal immigrants can be treated by employers here in the United States. So the risk to those employers of being found out for doing a variety of illegal labor practices is real. Even though for the most part, law enforcement kind of looks the other way because they recognize the need for illegal immigrant labor in order to, hold up the economy. Like, if you were to press the issue in just the right way, that could be very dangerous for those employers, especially if somebody really wanted to inspect their books. So employers also don't want things to blow up to such a degree that they are now put under scrutiny. There are a variety of avenues that can be used to pressure employers in those situations and to organize immigrants. And I think that that's a part of helping integrate them with the community as well. Anarcho Goober says, do you have any ideas for what could be a good aspect of anarchist video games or video games with anarchic themes? I think to some degree, one of the issues of writing a story with the preconception that it's going to have anarchic themes is that sometimes it can lead to you writing a story that's only about the anarchic themes. I think what's important first and foremost when you're creating a piece of art is that it is a good piece of art. And then you should ask yourself how within this piece of art that you've created that those themes can be explored, or how they have already kind of been explored within your work. Like, I was a writer for many years, and, I would write stories, and the stories for me, I'm a little bit of a mixture of an architect and a gardener, but sometimes around the time that I'd be coming to the end of the story, or, that I'd be in the process of conceptualizing one of the stories, I would realize that, the themes weren't all entirely consistent with my ideological perspective, that some of them, in fact, kind of conveyed points or perspectives that I didn't agree with. And you have to ask yourself to what degree that's okay in a story, right? The story doesn't have to always convey your perspectives, and not all of the characters obviously need to agree with you. But then you should ask yourself, given your perspective, what do you believe the solutions would be within your world? What do you believe that likely repercussions might be given the way you see the world? And in that sense, you can kind of reintroduce those themes where they're appropriate. But I would say always remember that priority number one is just creating a beautiful piece of art, or not necessarily beautiful, but a piece of art that works, that does what it intends to do. And then ask yourself how your politics can be present, or that you can consistently embody your politics within that work. Got another donation from Bogdan Agisa. I'm sure I'm saying that wrong. For, what is that, €2. He says, any thoughts on starting a tech cooperative in software? Unfortunately, I don't really have any experience in tech. All I know is kind of secondhand. I have friends who are in software development. I know something about how to start a cooperative. What I would say is from what I can hear, talking to friends and stuff, it's going to be really, really dependent on where you're at in the industry. Like different parts of industry, the tech industry, you're going to have wildly different bargaining positions. If you're a contractor and all of your coworkers are contractors, a simple thing to do might just be to get together all of those other contract workers and kind of just among yourselves agree that at a certain point when you leave this job, because in software engineering, people move between jobs a lot, the next time you all move, that you're going to start a cooperative together. That might be a very real way to do it, especially given that a lot of the time contractors have a strong connection to the clients. So like contractors can absolutely poach clients from their previous workplaces, and those clients are interacting every day with the person who is helping them, and they might be more likely to go with the developer. But once again, that's super contextual. You know, some people are not even talking with clients. Some people are literally just writing code. And in that case, once again, the context is going to be different. You're going to have to start asking yourself, what does it look like to create a cooperative where we're all just writing code? You need to probably have somebody that does know how to talk to clients. You probably need to have somebody who knows how to manage the money. You know, start thinking about, before it's ever created, how you can get the people together, how you can get the, you know, the Avengers together, how you can get the Justice League together, right? Where everybody's got the skills and talents you're going to need, so that you can do as little outside hiring as is needed and just start the cooperative hitting the ground running. Those would be kind of my broad recommendations. But also, might I also add, have an idea of what it is you want this cooperative to do ahead of time. Don't just figure it out on the spot. That's a bad idea, bad business plan. Businesses that start with a figure it out on the spot mentality are usually going to fail. You want to have an idea of what you're going to do ahead of time. Matthias Baker says, if someone wanted to uproot bigoted tendencies within themselves, such as ridding themselves of internalized racism or misogyny, how would you recommend they do so? I mean, I got to agree in general with the leftist consensus that you should probably just read works from people who are in those marginalized categories. You know, like, if you're going to try to uproot racism, read books about anti-racism, read books about white supremacy. If you're going to try to uproot sexism, read feminist literature. And that doesn't mean that you have to, like, agree with everything you read, because, like, even these fields of people are themselves hold contentious opinions. You know, some of them disagree with one another, and there are different traditions within each of those. You know, there are many different kinds of feminists. There's many different kinds of, you know, anti-white supremacy authors, right? So with that in mind, do a little research, maybe find some authors that are writing in those traditions that maybe sound like they'd be a good entry place for you. And also maybe ask for recommendations from people, maybe especially people who you've had those hard discussions with already, who already kind of know where your blind spots are. And then maybe they can craft you, if not an entire reading list, maybe they can give you some recommendations about where to start in understanding all of the ideas at hand. Because I think what you'll find, I think actually something that is kind of negative that we see these days, is that a lot of people are learning these perspectives on social media, where we have these really short, incendiary, not very reflective tweets and posts, where people don't lay the case out at length. Instead, they try to boil the case down to some very simplified talking point. And so sometimes that can lead people to having knee jerks that are inappropriate if they actually understood the full context. And so I think it's always going to be better to learn these things from a more long form style. Don't get me wrong. Obviously, I do think discourse and debate can help sometimes if you have somebody who's patient enough to walk with you through those subjects. But I think you're going to find on the subjects of bigotry like that, you're going to have a harder time finding somebody who wants to walk through those issues with you, especially if they're from those oppressed minorities, because you're basically wanting them to argue their humanity with you, right? You're basically wanting them to explain to you why they are oppressed, and they're probably already kind of mentally exhausted. You know, a lot of them are probably already upset that they have to explain it over and over and over. They're annoyed that not only do they have to experience the bigotry, experience the oppression, but they also have to take the time and effort to explain it to the people who are being bigoted to them. That being said, there are people who will take that time with you, but do not take them for granted, because they're probably not as common as you might desire. Also, try to be gentle in how you discuss the topics, such that you are not just setting them off, and you're making them think you hold some worse view than you do, right? Try to be careful about your wording. Try to think through what it is that you're saying. Be contemplative. Be patient in understanding what is being said. And maybe more important than anything I've said is to not be defensive. It's not to go on the defensive. It's not when you hear these things being said, to then try to turn it around and make excuses, or try to turn it around and absolve yourself somehow. Just completely ignore that impulse. It's not to say that you're not allowed to feel it. You're allowed to feel it, but don't engage in the impulse. It's just a waste of your time. It's probably going to prevent you from actually hearing what's being said, and it's probably going to prevent you from learning. Maybe one day you'll come to the conclusion that actually you still feel that way, even after a very deep reading, but then at least you will have an educated perspective. You'll at least be able to argue your point more articulately. You'll be able to cite authors who agree with you. That I think is at least my broad summary of what I would say. Got another donation, this time from Jesse Weideman for $5. Thank you very much. He says, keep doing what you do. Your voice is needed on the left. Horizontal power structures are the only valid form of socialism. Well, I appreciate it, and obviously I agree. Yeah, absolutely. I've seen a few people ask questions about utilitarianism. I am a consequentialist. So when I think of how consequentialism and utilitarianism kind of relate to each other, I think of utilitarianism being a kind of consequentialism. I think consequentialism, in my mind, is an extremely broad ethical category, which more or less just says ethical positions or ethical ideas are all rooted in a consideration of consequences. So when we ask if something is or is not ethical, we're asking whether it has positive or negative consequences. And there can be a variety of different kinds of positive and negative consequences that we might need to consider. So that's my ethical position. That isn't to say that I think everything needs to be... So in utilitarianism, there's two different kinds of utilitarianism. There's act utilitarianism and there's rule utilitarianism. In act utilitarianism, what they say is that an act, or rather, a thing can only be considered good or bad based purely upon an analysis of the act itself. Okay, so that is to say, you judge. You're not considering some broader rule set. You're just considering whether that particular action in that particular circumstance leads to good or bad outcomes. Whereas rule utilitarianism says that you should adopt rules which on average lead to better outcomes, and that you shouldn't adopt rules that on average lead to negative outcomes. The way I look at it is that I don't take like one of these positions in all occasions. I think that these are appropriate positions based on our level of knowledge. So insofar as that I don't know everything about a situation and I can't have high confidence that I'm going to produce positive consequences, I would say rule utilitarianism is the better way to go, right? But if I have extremely good knowledge of what's going to come out of a specific situation, I can have high confidence what's going to come out of it, then I would say act utilitarianism is probably more appropriate. But yeah, I think that it's based on our level of knowledge. It's based on how much we know about what the outcomes are going to be. The less knowledge we have about outcomes, the more careful we should be, and the more we should just abide by best practices that we've established beforehand. But the more that we know about the situation, the more that we can act within the circumstances, looking at the outcomes specifically for those circumstances. Gustavo says, "Hi, Daniel. I like your bike." Well, I appreciate it. I haven't rode it in months now, but But yeah, no, it was a nice, cheap little road bike. RD says, how do we get people to stop hyper-focusing on electoralism and put more energy into prefiguration and direct action? Well, the short version of this is just that those of us who know that that's the case need to put more energy into prefiguration and direct action. And I know that sounds like a cop-out answer, but it's not, because what will make more people do those things, engage in those things, is if they see that they are successful. So what we need to do is present feasible demonstrations of their effectiveness. You know, we can't just claim abstractly that they are going to be effective if things go better. We need to start doing them and demonstrating them, and then get more and more people to help us. So we have to get to work, is the long and short of it. Those of us who recognize that it's the correct path need to begin walking the path. And then over time, I think you will find that more people will begin walking the path with you. Fazboy says, do you agree that just went off the screen. Do you agree with the critique that cooperative businesses disincentivize employment? Worker owners might not hire because they might not want to reduce their own power and individual profit share. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the model of cooperative that you create, right? So if you create a cooperative where your voting power is determined by the percentage of the company you own, then yeah, no, you absolutely are going to disincentivize employment. But if what you do is you just make it to where one person has one vote, then really all you're looking at is that when you hire someone else, it waters down or it dilutes the amount of profit that you would get from the growth of the cooperative, which is also a certain disincentive. But I think that one's a little bit is lesser. And the reason why I think that it's lesser is because at least in that situation, you might imagine that then they would only want to hire someone insofar as that the loss of their proportion of the profits is worth the relief of extra labor they have to do, right? You know, you look at it and you're in a workplace and you're just slammed, completely overworked, and you're working 50, 60 hours a week to make this thing work. You know, you might be happy to just sacrifice some proportional share of your profit in order to get somebody else in the workplace who's going to help out, right? This is always the calculus that any business is going to run through. You're always asking yourself, you know, what is my revenue minus cost? And so workers in a cooperative are just going to have to ask themselves the same question, whether it's worth it to bring another person in and for everyone to dilute their shares in the quality of life improvement that it might produce. And then, of course, that's up to the workers. But I suspect that insofar as that they feel that they're overworked, then you're going to do it. You're going to hire more people, like long and short of it, right? Knowledge and Defense says, does communalism seek to abolish money, markets, and commodities? Yeah, I think that probably the best way to understand what communalism is it's just anarchism, but it has like two main differences. One, it doesn't have a principled opposition to majoritarianism. And two, it does, excuse me. Two, it, lost my train of thought. It is not necessarily all about free association. That is to say that Bookchin stated that if communes wanted to leave a confederation, the confederation should have to approve that they're allowed to leave. So that's a violation of free association. Sorry, I have to mute my volume mixer, mute my Discord. There we go. And to a lesser degree, sometimes people associate communalism with libertarian municipalism, which then also supports the election of local officials. but I wouldn't say that communalism is synonymous with libertarian municipalism. So, yeah. However, I've heard some people characterize that libertarian municipalism is the name of the praxis for communalism, which is an ideology. I don't know. Even after reading a lot of Bookchin, it's not entirely clear to me what the interrelation of those are. Knowledge and Defense, following up on the previous question about cooperatives, says, wouldn't more labor equal more profits so it balances out? Yeah, that's another good way. That's another good point, right? You bring in another laborer, and it's not like you're probably going to be making the exact same profits. So the productivity of your cooperative is going to go up in a variety of ways. Number one, you're going to have a new laborer who's adding new labor into the cooperative. And so then that means you're going to make more widgets or whatever the heck you do, provision more services. And it will also reduce the stress levels of available workers in the cooperative, which then itself makes people more productive, and higher productivity, higher profits. So then all the people in the cooperative will benefit, presumably, from hiring this new person. Endeavor Zay says, Anark, to what degree should we sacrifice ourselves in order to establish anarchism? I'd say that's probably up to each individual person. I think for my own part, I've decided that I am willing to undergo a pretty profound degree of self-sacrifice. I kind of take the position of Huey Newton's revolutionary suicide, which hopefully, that word doesn't get the stream demonetized. But, the idea that basically you accept that you're already putting your life on the line for your revolutionary commitments. You accept that there will be consequences. You accept that people are going to try to harm you. Accept that the government will try to destroy you. You accept that you'll make enemies. You accept that it's going to be hard, and that it's going to be exhausting, and that it's going to be challenging, and that at the end of the day, that you will have done the most you could in your commitment to revolutionary activity. And that's where I'm personally at. I do think that if we're going to succeed, we need more people that have that same perspective. But I also understand that a lot of people object to this perspective because they're afraid that people are going to run themselves dry, or they're going to destroy themselves in the process. I understand that perspective, but I just want to note that even under this mentality of self-sacrifice, you have to maintain yourself to some degree. You have to be able to pursue some amount of happiness and joy in your life. Otherwise, you are going to be less able to do more revolutionary activity. You're going to be less able to help people, less able to organize, and so on. So there's also some aspect of maintenance which always has to be accounted for within even in this perspective. Zen Anarchist donated $5 and says, if a cooperative were able to replace money with labor time vouchers, wouldn't that remove the incentive against expanding employment? Only in an economy that had done that. Because think about it. If you're in a cooperative and you're still in a capitalist system, you need money. You can't walk into Walmart and trade them labor time vouchers. So, theoretically, if we're conceiving of an economy which was all cooperatives, then yeah, maybe that's one way you could approach the problem, where you do labor time vouchers, which expire as soon as they're spent, that kind of thing. But if you're prefiguring, if you're building it in the here and now, I don't think that that's going to be a viable solution. Might I also add that I think that would only be something you'd want to do in a transition where you have taken control over some autonomous region, but the rest of the economy is capitalist. Then maybe that would be a good solution. But even then, you're going to need money, and you're going to need to be able to have money to trade things with places outside yourself. So part of me just kind of wonders where the appropriate place to apply such an idea is. I'm not saying that there isn't an appropriate place, but it seems to me that there is a significant challenge in this concept of a labor voucher. And I'm also not entirely sure that it really avoids the pitfalls of money either, right? Because you could still hoard labor vouchers, even though they would expire. Maybe we could make them expire over a period of time. At that point, then I'm kind of wondering, are you saying that people's labor expires? I don't know. I think there's a lot of really complicated ins and outs to the concept of using labor vouchers. If they have no expiration, to me, they just basically read like money. If they have an expiration, then you've got people who labored and are not being compensated for their labor. And then you have a system that does not robustly reward labor with remuneration. Yeah, it's complicated. I wouldn't say it's just as simple as doing the replacement and fixing the problem. I think this user, his name in Cyrillic is platformist. I think you've seen you in here a few times. You said, have you seen Innuendo Studio's new video? No, I've not, I don't think. You'll have to tell me what the name of it is, but I really like Innuendo Studios. He's doing a lot of good work. RD says, how do we get more socialists to come to libertarian socialism? I see a lot of DSA/ML tendencies. The authoritarianism on the left tires me. Yeah, no. I think, unfortunately, a lot of the people who have these sort of like democratic socialist, social democrat, or just broadly authoritarian leftist viewpoints, they're only probably going to change those viewpoints once they realize that they're not working. And unfortunately, I think that many of them, once they realize that they're not working, are just going to become liberals. They're probably not necessarily going to become anarchists. Some of them might, however. We have lots of historical examples of authoritarian leftists becoming anarchists once they realize that their methods aren't working, or once they've seen their methods kind of broken by conditions. The black anarchists are probably some of our best examples here in the United States. Almost all of our black anarchists were once authoritarian leftists, with some exceptions. And so it occurs to me that probably a lot of them are going to have their dogma broken by reality before they're willing to come to terms with the fact that their dogma doesn't accord to reality. Fnord Prefect made a donation of $5. I appreciate you. They say, how do you think about paying taxes in today's society? Net positive, negative? I think one of the worst parts about taxes is that taxes go both towards things which are just good and things which are bad, right? So like when I pay taxes, I am both funding the creation of infrastructure, which we all need, but I'm also funding the war machine. And I can't just like withhold the portion for the war machine. I can't be like, well, I know that this percentage of my taxes goes to the war machine, so I'm not paying that percentage. You know, you don't get that kind of choice. You're just paying into a government that then appropriates and distributes your taxes as it pleases. And I know that obviously there are some taxes that are earmarked to be applied to more specific things, but the point I'm getting across is that nowhere within the system do I really get the option to pay or not pay taxes, other than doing like tax write-offs and stuff when I file my taxes. But that's also really kind of a marginal solution for a lot of us. I'm still so poor that I don't owe taxes at the end of the year. Often they owe me money, or usually they owe me money. So it's, the way I look at it is that many of the programs are net positives. Taxation is not really something we can like avoid insofar as we're living in this current society. And I wouldn't really support lowering taxes if it accorded to defunding important social programs. So yeah, no, I would say it's complicated. It's not easy to just make one declarative statement about it. You know, anarcho-capitalists can make one declarative statement about it because they just want corporations to control everything and for tolls to replace taxes. But when we look at it as a consequentialist, I absolutely could not take such a position. The consequence of, for example, lowering taxes on the rich would be us not having money to fund all kinds of very important social programs. And usually when the right wing or liberals try to, sorry, I repeat myself, are trying to lower taxes, they are also trying to gut social programs. They're trying to, gut parental leave. They're trying to, gut Social Security. It's an excuse to defund those things. So. Suleth, I'm going to assume that's how that's said, I know this is a broad and tough question, but how do you deal with the hopelessness that comes with being a leftist and realizing everything is so deeply fucked up? Well, you're right that it's a broad and tough question, but there are answers. One, I kind of elucidate a lot of my feelings on the matter in my video essay, Hope. So Hope really is explaining to you my psychological predisposition as well as my theoretical position about hope and hopelessness and the place of hope. So when I look at it, I think an important thing to understand is that we don't know what the future holds. And at first that kind of sounds like a trivial observation, but once you stop doing fortune telling, once you stop saying things are going to get worse, once you stop assuming things are going to get better, and you just say to yourself, actually, the future is unknown. I can think about what might happen in the future, but there's always going to be so many contingencies that I can't know it for certain. All I can know is that if I want a certain future to come about, there are a series of actions I must do now. And I think that focusing your mind on that sort of responsibility for action, always reminding yourself that what you do now is what will make the future, that the future is not fate. It is something that is determined by the procession of present events. Presents produce futures. And focusing your mind back on action and asking yourself how that action accords to outcomes is a big part, I think, of keeping your mind on the prize. I think a lot of hopelessness comes from that fortune telling, that desire to think about what's going to happen. And then we get all bogged down thinking about this, dour future that we conceptualize is going to happen, or we become passive because we think that a good future is naturally coming. And I would just like to emphasize that that's not true, that you don't know what's going to happen, and to abandon fortune telling, to focus your mind upon the tasks, and to take very, very seriously, with the deepest seriousness, your responsibility to act to bring about the future that you want. I'm not saying present action without a conception of future, okay? Because this is a subtle distinction. I'm saying don't do fortune telling. Don't presume that you know what will happen. Say, if I want certain things to happen, I must do X. And I think that that's a big part of it. Then, might I add, the next step is that you have to do X. You have to do whatever that is. You have to do the present actions that would bring about the world that you want to see. And I think what you'll find is that as soon as you start acting, as soon as you start doing, and that those things are in accordance with the future that you want to see happen, you'll start to feel less hopeless. You'll feel more motivated. You'll feel invigorated. In fact, you might even become hopeful. But it only is going to happen if you then act. I had a friend who talked to me years ago. He may even be in the chat here. He tells me that he listens to the stream sometimes. He was really distressed about how things were. And He was hopeless, like you were describing. And what I told him was the only cure for that is action. A lot of the distress you're feeling is the distress of powerlessness. The feeling that you can't do anything. The feeling that you don't have the power to change anything. And the only thing that's going to make you feel better is doing something. The only thing that's going to make you feel better is action. And I'm glad to say that friend is now in an organization with me. He is now acting alongside me. And I appreciate so much having him in the organization. Eric Gray donated $5. He said, also, I have plenty of black anarchist text recommendations if anyone is interested. Yeah, and he definitely does have lots of text recommendations. No doubt about that. Yeah, absolutely. Whew. Knowledge and Defense says, I can't imagine efficient global coordination of countless localities done purely decentrally, like determining core policies for social media without some centralization or private business, like information centers or at least cooperatives rather than delegate people to a job that requires them to keep track of the whole world when it comes to that industry they're in. Yeah, I find that people sometimes get kind of confused by this language about decentralization and centralization. For me, I don't use, I guess I'll start with where people seem to conceptualize about what's going on in this topic. When people hear centralization, I think they think that means big organizations. They think that means like everybody being in one big organization. If that's what you mean, anarchists aren't really opposed to centralization, or most anarchists are not. There's nothing wrong with having everybody in one big organization that coordinates things together. In fact, that's literally the purpose of federation or confederation, is to get all of the delegates together in order to, coordinate a bunch of entities underneath them. And then, to create plans or at least to create proposals, which are then brought back to those entities. The point, I think, is that power has to root from the bottom, and that power has to always be controlled by the bottom. It has to always be approved by the bottom. The mandates and the scopes of the mandates have to be determined by all of the individual voting apparatuses, whatever they are in your conception. If what you mean by centralization is big organizations, well, then anarchists aren't against centralization. But I don't think that most anarchists, that's what they mean by centralization. Centralization is almost always going to be synonymous with monopolization or narrow control. So for me, I call this authoritarianism. For me, I use centralization in a way which is synonymous with the way I use authoritarianism. The more authoritarian something is, the smaller the number of people are making decisions, and the more that they have monopoly over those decisions. So something that the most authoritarian you could get, and therefore the most centralized you could get in this conception is essentially monarchy, absolute monarchy, tyrannous dictatorship, where all things originate from the monarch. That is pure centralization or pure authoritarianism. In fact, it's hard for me to imagine a conception of centralization that isn't that, essentially. Because if you were to start drawing out like nodes and lines, that's what you would find centralization really represents, right? It's not centralization if all of the entities are in the decision-making process. Where's the center? Where's the supposed center, right? I think the idea is that centralization is actually centralization of decision-making. And insofar as you centralize decision-making, you don't avoid the problem you just described. In fact, you said that there's very few delegates making decisions for the whole world. Well, the more centralized it is, the fewer people are inherently making decisions for the whole world. And so they're not going to be more capable because now there's an entity which gave them that power. Quite the opposite. This is what I point out in my work about these concepts of legibility and simplification, is that wherever you narrow the number of people who are making decisions, the more they compress the information that they receive and the more that they enforce simplifications onto the world and therefore destroy complex systems. So that is what I mean by centralization. And in that sense, centralization doesn't solve anything you just talked about. I think what you might mean is standardization. And standardization isn't against anarchism. Like anarchists, the whole point, for example, of a federation is that everybody in the federation or confederation agrees to the charter of the federation or confederation. So like the very decentralization does not entail that you have more and more bodies that are all by themselves and isolated and only making decisions about their individual condition. And then it doesn't then imply that then they all just get delegates together so that they can decentrally coordinate all of their individual features. This misses out on the concept of delegation and the scope of mandates. What you do is you delegate people to do coordinative tasks, right? Like, you know that this supply chain logistically has to be set up in a certain way. You have to receive these resources at a certain time. Those resources take this long to process, and then it has to be delivered within this period of time. Well, you don't necessarily need that to be coordinated at the level of all of the individual producers. That's really not necessary per se, nor is it even really going to be efficient. What you would rather do is have somebody or many somebodies whose job it is to like watch that process and to then give feedback back to all of the individual pieces about what's taking place. Hey, we've seen that you're behind on your production schedule. If you want to meet quota and you want to be able to produce the next link in the chain, you're going to need to speed it up by at least a couple days. And then the communes or the collectives themselves can take this information into account, speed up production as they please, or take into account that if they don't speed up production, it's going to mess up the chain. Then the coordinators would have to pass on to the next link in the chain. Hey, expect a 2-day delay, adjust accordingly. Like, this is, might I add, this is already how things work. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like there is somebody overseeing the coordination between UPS and Amazon. UPS and Amazon are interacting with one another, and they have people whose job it is to relay information between these entities. There's no like Amazon UPS conglomerate where they make a decision together. That's not strictly necessary. Instead, they just have timescales and requirements, and that's just essentially what delegates would carry out in this coordination that's being discussed. So, yeah, not necessarily sure what you mean by that or how you think it solves the problem that's been discussed. Zal says, you might have already seen this or brought it up in this video, but FD Signifier shouted you out on the B-Sides channel. I did not know that, and that's awesome. You should tell me what video that is, because I love FD Signifier. Like, he's one of my favorite channels, and I'm hyped that he recommended the channel. Yeah, that's awesome. I guess I haven't just haven't watched that video yet. Let me go see if I can maybe get it pulled up here. B-sides, FD Signifier. I'm gonna mute my browser. Yeah, I haven't watched his last 2 videos. I'm just going to assume that it must have been the last 2 videos. That's awesome, though. Thank you for telling me that. Oh, the weirdest okay, it's the propaganda video. Hell yeah. Okay, awesome. Yeah, no, I'm gonna look at that after I'm off stream. Just Aegis says, I don't recall unsubbing to you. This is quite strange. Well, I'm glad you noticed, I guess. Yeah. That's awesome, though. I'm hyped about that. Pretty cool. Riveroon says, very cool. Surely Andrewism has turned him onto the channel. Yeah, that's awesome. Super cool. I know him and Andrewism have done videos together and talked, and he shouted out Andrewism numerous times. So Anark is famous now. Yeah, I'm so famous. So famous. It's cool, though. I'm hyped. Knowledge and Defense says, so since consensus on that large a scale sounds impossible, or at least like it would take forever, then it sounds like delegation must sometimes take a more representative than direct role. So for stuff like anarchist Twitter, terms of service and coordinating super large projects, we'll give them mini mandates and they'll try to do their best to find a solution that works for the most places. It depends on the mandate, but also it's not representation is structurally locked, which is to say you have to vote for a representative, okay? And representatives are themselves they're the ones that make mandates and enforce them. They make decisions which are then imposed on the people who voted for them to represent them. The opposite is taking place in delegation. In delegation, the role of the delegate is strictly determined by the people that elect them, that decide to make them do the task, okay? You don't have to have a delegate. Everything the delegate does could be absorbed back into the original councils themselves. That is to say, they could abolish the delegate's position and start making the decisions directly themselves. They could alter the mandate of the delegate. They could, have numerous delegates. They could do any of that. So it's not structurally locked. It's always revocable. And the mandate of the delegate is decided from the bottom up rather than the representative making laws, decisions, which themselves are imposed from the top down. So that's the big difference here. But you might imagine that the scope of the mandate for the delegate is like, write proposals that are going to bear on how we do coordination, right? But it could also just be, hey, we're going to put in the scope of your delegation that you can just make coordinative decisions, right? Like, you've got 15 communes to decide between, but you only have 13 communes worth of stuff. We're just going to put in the mandate of the delegate. They get to make a decision about where it goes in those which 13 get it. That's possible. You could include that in their delegation, but it's possible you wouldn't include that in their delegation. Instead, what you would say is, no, you don't get to make the decision, but you should alert us, and then we will coordinate between the 15 communes who will get which 13 of them are going to be the ones that get the stuff. It's completely flexible. That's the thing to understand. It's completely flexible. It's not locked. Everything is always able to devolve back down to the level of the individual councils. But the councils can build anything they like out of that delegation and creation of new structures. They could create completely new power structures if they liked, and combine power structures together and combine 15 communes together if they wanted to. That's up to the bottom at all points, and that power can never be taken away from them. So when it comes to developing things like you're describing, then it's up to the scope of the mandate. It's up to what the delegate is allowed to do by way of the councils. Endeavor Zay says, what's the meaning of life in your opinion? I mean, I don't have an answer to what the meaning of life is. I'm an existentialist. So my personal opinion is that there is no inherent like meaning to life other than perhaps something incredibly task-based, like to live, right? To live, because that's what life is. It's an archeo-purpose, you might call it, right? I think that meaning is human constructed concept. I've explored possibilities otherwise, thinking about some kind of ontology of meaning, but I think I still settle at the position where meaning is human manufactured, and that means that humans develop their own meaning for things. Meaning is personal to a significant degree. It may bear on other people and what other people deserve, but if in that sense, given what I've said, the meaning of life is to determine your own meaning. It is to derive your own meaning from a universe that is inherently meaningless, but which has been imbued with meaning by human activity. RD says, more of a fun question, but what are your favorite flavors of Mountain Dew? 100% Major Melon. Let's see, is this on camera? Major Melon. That's right. Sponsor me, Mountain Dew. I like watermelon flavored stuff. Somebody asked how I feel about Bad Mouse. Bad Mouse is just confusing to me. I don't know what's going on with bro. Like, Bad Mouse, like, at one point was an anarchist and then became like, I don't know, an ML or a Trotskyist maybe, and then just disappeared. And when they came back, now they seem critical of authoritarian leftists, but it's not clear that they're an anarchist. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea where they've settled. But I personally generally distrust people who shift their ideology all the time. The sort of person who is constantly changing their mind about everything, it gives me bad vibes. Ideology shopping to me generally is an indicator that somebody has bad principles, that they don't have a foundational system that determines how they come to their conclusions, that they are kind of able to be pulled one way or the other by things that maybe only sound persuasive. And that's kind of untrustworthy to me, to be honest. Not to insult anybody in the audience here, but like, if you're being pulled every which way by every argument, you should really ask yourself, like, how you can develop a sort of foundational method to determine good arguments from bad arguments. And you need to also be able to kind of abstract your feelings from your logic to some significant degree. Because I think maybe the reason why a lot of people are ideology shopping is because that just feels like it makes sense, or that I feel stupid right now, so maybe I'm wrong, and then they forget all of their logical or factual reasons for holding a position. A lot of the time when I feel doubt, I feel the doubt, I don't dismiss it, but then what I do is I entertain it, and then I ask myself, okay, well, what are my arguments against those positions? You know, why do I hold my position against those arguments? And I calmly and rationally try to address those arguments within my head. And what I found is that when I do that, I generally do not move my position very often because I already had good reasons for believing what I believe. Somebody can make one persuasive argument, which on its own sounds like a persuasive argument, but when you kind of like plug it into the rest of the web of facts or the rest of the theoretical framework, it falls flat for one reason or another. Either it's circumstantial, or it's just cherry picking, or it's true, but we don't know if it's always true. It makes out a conditional to be a universal, or there's just lots of reasons why arguments might sound persuasive at first, but then when you kind of take them apart, you pick them apart and think about what they're saying, they're not as persuasive as perhaps they originally sounded. So I guess what I'm saying is people need to practice better critical thinking skills. And generally the sort of people who are ideology shopping indicate to me that they have poor critical thinking skills, because the truth is the truth. And you should have at least some mooring, enough mooring to the truth that every little thing does not pull you around by the nose. That's all I'm saying. So that's my perception. Yeah, and as Cy Marie says, it reflects a lack of depth. That's exactly what it says to me. It reflects that somebody hasn't thought deeply on the topic. Because the thing is that one little incidental argument or one book or one perspective isn't going to change your perspective if you've already thought like 1,000 layers deep, right? And I've talked about this before, about people when you get into debates and how to have like healthy discourse and everything and healthy conflict. I think a lot of the time the reasons why people are knee-jerking in a way which is like angry or, you know, they get upset when they're challenged is because they haven't thought about it very deeply. And they're insecure about their own lack of deep reflection. And they're afraid that this person is making a good point. And they're insecure about the fact they could be wrong. And so they just kind of, not freak out, or they knee jerk and they go back on the offensive and they don't really address the point, and everything just becomes unhealthy conflict. People who know their perspective very, very well generally are not perturbed by arguments to the contrary, right? Like it doesn't disturb them because they're like, oh yeah, I know this part of the dialogue tree. Then you say this, then I say this, then you say this, then I say this. And I've already heard somebody respond to that and it wasn't satisfying. So I know where we're going. Let's continue. Once you've done like all the dialogue tree, you stop being afraid of opposing arguments, and it requires you to think deeply, reflect on enemy positions, or should say differing positions, and to research, learn your arguments, think about your arguments, conceptually, think about them deeply, but then also go do research, go find places where this argument has been addressed. If you do that, you're going to find you probably don't get pulled off your position that often. Arthur Sage says ideology shopping is liberal. No, actually, I would say quite the opposite. In fact, if you think about it, liberals typically just stay liberals. Liberalism is an ideology, and liberals don't typically like shop around with different ideologies. They typically stay liberals. So no, not at all. I would say ideology shopping is something you almost exclusively see among radicals. Just Do Mutiny says, would posting logical fallacy posters in places help here? Honestly, I've been thinking about doing a video about logical fallacies because I have heard logical fallacies are just prevalent in our spaces. And people are still so brain broken from being against the new atheist movement that they like pretended that logic doesn't exist, or that citing a logical fallacy or pointing out that somebody is making a logical fallacy is somehow like them losing or something, or them looking stupid. It's like childish. This is like high school bully behavior. Like, y'all are ridiculous. Not y'all like in the chat here. I have a great audience, but people engage in logical fallacies all the time, and they seem to not care about it at all. And I just got to say, you don't have to be some brilliant rhetorician or some brilliant logician to just avoid using logical fallacies. Step number one is you just need to go understand them. For anybody here that does not know the list of logical fallacies, everybody listening, there's 94 people listening to me right now. If any of you have never just gone and looked at a list of logical fallacies, please go do so right now. I'm just going to link you a list of logical fallacies. Okay. God, yeah, here we go. The Wikipedia article is huge. Look how many there are. And then ask yourself, given that there are so many of logical fallacies, ask yourself how often you may be engaging in one or another of these logical fallacies. And all I want to tell you is that if you are using one of these logical fallacies, your argument is wrong. It's that simple. It's that simple. The broader thing you're saying, the position you hold may still be correct. You may be arguing for it fallaciously, but the argument itself that you used that contained the fallacy as its position, the utilization of the fallacy itself means you're wrong. It's that simple. It doesn't mean the whole perspective is wrong outside of that particular argument, but the argument, that particular argument is wrong. I want to make this absolutely clear to people because I don't think they understand. A logical fallacy is not just like a bad decorum or like you're rude or something. It's like, no, the logical fallacy means your argument is invalid. It can literally just be thrown in the trash. So if you are using logical fallacies, you're making false statements. Ask yourself if you would rather make a statement that sounds good or actually be correct, actually what you're saying be logically valid. I should note, by the opposite, just because you don't use a logical fallacy doesn't make what you're saying correct. Okay, there's a difference between what's called validity and soundness. Soundness is whether something is true or not. Validity is whether the structure is correct. But you cannot make sound arguments which are not valid arguments. You can only make true statements if they are also logically valid. So for everybody listening, I just want you to understand, you need to know what the logical fallacies are, and you need to both stop making them as arguments in discussions, just completely cut them out, and you need to stop using them for internal reasoning. If you realize inside your head that you're using a logical fallacy in order to justify a point, then stop. Because it means that that's a weak link in your ideology. One day somebody's going to come along and they're going to pick at that weak link and the structure is going to fall. So just forego usage of logical fallacies. I wish this were just normalized in our spaces. I don't know why it's not normalized, but it's not. Yeah. Ethan says, I was taught that for an argument to be valid, the reasoning must be sound. Let's think about that. No, that's not true. Validity is just about structure. For example, the argument, all cats are purple. That is a cat. Therefore, that cat is purple. That is a structurally valid argument. Structurally valid. But it is not sound. because cats aren't purple. And there's a difference. So for an argument, validity and soundness are just two different things, and you need to have both of them for an argument to be a good argument, you might say. So you can also have sound arguments, which aren't true, right? Like, arguments that essentially use true premises, but are logically fallacious. I won't give an example right now because it's just a little bit too strained, but no, those are separate. Yeah. Knowledge and Defense says, but if each community delegates someone for wide coordination, then we are still left with millions of delegates who wouldn't necessarily agree on even fundamental basics of design and goals. Once again, this is all flexible. I want to emphasize, every single community may not feel that it's necessary to delegate someone. I would say that they should, but they may not even feel that it's necessary. And also keep in mind that they may be delegating people to more regional confederated bodies. So it may not be that they're all delegating people to the global federation. I mean, I would say that they probably should have somebody in a general sense who is delegated to that, but they're probably instead going to be delegating as necessary to do necessary coordination. So you could create a structure which demands they delegate somebody, but that would actually begin to create the structure of representation. Now you're looking at structurally locking something. Structurally locking is a feature of representation, authoritarianism, because you're required, the structure is imposed upon you rather than you determining the structure. So it may be that the most pressing problems for an entire region are actually just really problems of coordination between people in the region. And then the rest of the links of the supply chain are outside of the region, and people can coordinate between that region and the other places that supply chains reach. And you would just need delegates for those purposes. And then on a global level, there would be other certain constraining factors that require somebody from this region and that region to make decisions together in order for this to be handed off to some other delegate that is coordinating those logistics at a broader national, continental scale. I think, once again, don't get stuck in the mindset that people have to delegate. Being forced to delegate is itself beginning to reproduce representation. Delegation is a way of being able to have direct control over coordinative processes. And you only necessarily need to do that insofar as that you are finding that there is some lack of good coordination. So I actually imagine that a lot of communes or collectives or whatever individual pieces of this process may not even think it's necessary to delegate anyone until the point comes that the delegates for their region or something have made decisions that they don't like. And then they might start sending a delegate to the federation or the confederation at some various scale in order to, argue for their point. There's always going to be bodies of people who are helping coordinate things at various scales. They don't have to be, nobody has to put in their delegate. And yeah, it's not structurally locked. Remember, that's one of the key points here. Oh, I got a new member of the channel, Tawiri. I know who you are, and I'm glad to see you here, friend. And they also gifted somebody a membership. That's awesome. I appreciate you enormously. Panos Roussis asks, random fun question. Have you played or heard of the game Disco Elysium? If yes, what are your thoughts? I did. I played the beginning, but it didn't like capture me. That's not a statement that it's not good. It's just that I don't think it was like when I was playing it, I don't know if it was the right game for the right time in my life. It wasn't what I was looking for out of a game at that time. But it seemed like it was an excellent game, and I've heard lots of amazingly good things about it. I'll probably return to it at some point. Arthur Sage says, what organization structure do you think Antifa has? For the most part, none. Antifa is affinity groups. It's a bunch of completely disconnected affinity groups. They don't even have a federation. Sometimes they have regional federations or city-wide federations, but even then, usually not. They mostly act completely autonomously and with no charter structure. They generally are just affinity groups. Got another donation from Little Makwa for $20. They said, thoughts on the importance of ontology and metaphysics, and if they have a place in anarchism. As an indigenous person, I personally see a lot of revolutionary potential in these fields, but not sure how or if it's applicable in theory. Yes, I do think that ontology and metaphysics do have application to theory, and some of my work actually deals with ontology. Especially if you see my series, A Modern Anarchism. A Modern Anarchism definitely discusses ontology. It talks about complex systems analysis, which is an ontological framework, a scientific ontological framework, a way of understanding how systems work and to understanding the universe through systems. And I actually think that it bears very strongly on anarchism and has a lot of confirmations of anarchist ideas within it. That being said, ontology is a pretty contentious philosophical field. There's a bunch of different perspectives. And so one has to be aware that when they introduce ontology into the discussion, they're also introducing places where we are going to disagree, even though we agree on the broader theoretical or political goals. So that is to say, you could come to very similar conclusions about how things should be done from different ontologies. So I, for example, I guess I would say I'm a structural realist scientifically. Ontologically, I am a physicalist. That is to say, I think only physical things exist. There is nothing supernatural in the universe. There is nothing beyond what is physically, and everything, in my opinion, can be understood purely through physical mechanisms. Nothing transcends the physical. But I come to conclusions which often are very similar to people who have an indigenous spirituality, which actually does often posit something that is more than the physical. Spirits and the Great Spirit, this sort of, the unified, universal soul of everything. Personally, I don't believe in such a thing, but the conclusions of many indigenous people who believe such a thing come to very close to the conclusions of myself. And Murray Bookchin noted as much in his own work. He talked about how, there is a strong convergence of conclusions that you can come to by being a physicalist who has a social ecological viewpoint and being having a traditional indigenous spirituality that has a political viewpoint, and that these can almost seem to converge very, very strongly in their conclusions about the needs of natural ecosystems, that we have relationships to them, and those relationships are important and real. And he says that, to some degree, we're coming to that through our scientific study of ecology. And that it's our understanding of ecology that's really giving us this more robust understanding that then reproduces some of these indigenous concepts, which they came to without, this modern scientific methodology, but instead through introspection and careful observation of natural facts and spiritual understandings of the phenomena that were taking place. So even though, yes, ontology does have a bearing on the conclusions, our political conclusions, our theoretical conclusions, that also doesn't mean it silos us away from one another in the process. We can come to similar conclusions from different ontological foundations. This is why I think that, society has to be philosophically pluralist. Even in a future society, we want philosophical pluralism for precisely this reason. People can come to liberatory conclusions from many different beginnings. Come Letsov says, "Hey, Anark, I finished The Santiago Boys by Evgeny Morozov about Allende's CyberSyn project. I find that a lot of the cybernetic vocab aligns with what I've heard from you. Do you know much about it?" Yeah, I know a lot about it. That's not a coincidence. It's because that rests on systems theory. So systems theory is a broad discipline. It's what I was just talking about a minute ago. Sort of scientific ontology of understanding how things in the universe work. And it links in very closely with complex systems analysis, cybernetics, things like that. So the reason why we sound very similar is because we're starting from very similar theoretical foundations. Almost everything that I've written so far, however, was before I had actually read Stafford Beer or listened to his lectures. The first work that I will have published since I've actually read and listened to Stafford Beer is part 4 of A Modern Anarchism. Now, don't get me wrong, I have done the talk to the camera videos since then, where I have since read it, but I'm talking about video essays. The first video essay that I will have published since I have read Stafford Beer is part 4 of A Modern Anarchism. But yeah, no, when I read Stafford Beer, I was struck with the degree to which he had accidentally, maybe not accidentally, but also rediscovered how systems theory and how cybernetics and how all of these things actually just reproduce all of the conclusions of anarchism or a libertarian socialism more broadly, at least, right? So yeah, it's not a coincidence. Systems theory absolutely backs up anarchism, whether it intends to or not. Endeavor Zay says, "Can one be happy in a world of oppression?" Yes. That doesn't mean that one has to be contented with the oppression itself, but I would recommend reading about Albert Camus and absurdist existentialism. I think also probably very valuable thing to learn about is Greek Stoicism, and probably also Buddhism. Those 3 things have been what have allowed me to kind of keep my mooring in an oppressive world. And yet at the same time, not to become complacent or to separate myself from those things. Knowledge and Defense says, "Thoughts on the appeal to consensus fallacy in relation to consensus decision-making?" Yeah, no, it's absolutely true. And it's actually, anarchists have pointed this out throughout history. Just because there is consensus doesn't make it correct. There can be consensus on a wrong thing. Consensus is not itself a guarantor of something being true. Lots and lots of people can have a wrong decision. And maybe I'm getting this mixed up though. Appeal to consensus. That sounds like appeal to the majority. Oh no, this one has nothing. I was talking about the appeal to the majority or appeal to the masses, as it's sometimes called. No, the appeal to consensus, label an argument from it covers a family of arguments. Okay, let me, an example of appeal to. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it is. It's argument ad populum. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, no, just because a lot of people believe a thing does not mean it's true. And so that's why we have to accept that consensus could still come to bad conclusions. Direct democracy of any kind could still come to false conclusions. The argument about consensus is more of an argument about what a liberatory social structure looks like, not necessarily that the decisions they make are always going to be correct. However, I will say it is more likely that they are correct because you have more people that are experiencing those things weighing in on them. So the way I've described it before is that I, as a scientist, I'm not saying I am a scientist, but if I am a scientist and I'm setting up an experiment, and I want better and better measurements of a field of activity where things vary over the field, but I want to understand how that field works, and I want to get back a good measurement. If I put a single measuring device in there, I'm not going to get a good understanding of the whole field of measurement. I'm just going to get a good understanding of the one point that the device is measuring. And we might expect that that device at that point is correct. But if I want to understand the whole field, I have to be able to sweep the device through the field, or I have to be able to put a bunch of measuring devices in the field, a whole bunch of them, and then all of them together can give me back an understanding of what the field actually looks like. And if I want an understanding of the field, I need more measuring devices. The more measuring devices I have, the better understanding I'll have of all the little intricacies of the field. That is what's happening in a direct democracy or in a consensus structure. We're essentially now polling more and more and more of the measuring devices such that we can get a better measurement of the field. But even in this scientific example, we could get a bad measurement of the total field, or we could make an assumption that the conditions of this local field generalize to things outside of that field in a way which is erroneous, where we try to universalize the measurements we've made here outside of it. We can't necessarily do that. We can instead only take into account conditions, and then we can say, under these conditions, these measurements were made, and then repeat that experiment in a variety of different places under similar conditions. So this is just to say, just because a lot of people believe something absolutely does not mean that it's true. But it is more likely to be true. It's at least more likely to represent the measurements of human beings as an agglomeration that we are considering. And most of the time, what we're looking for is to understand what human beings need in order to make decisions. So we're trying to make a system where human beings charter their own future. And it just so happens that because we're also getting a lot of people weighing in on the topic, there's a higher likelihood that we've properly understood the topic. But even then, lots of people can come to the wrong conclusion. Sometimes a naive confrontation with conditions doesn't enlighten you to how those conditions actually work. Sometimes you do need specialists. Sometimes you do need experts to be present in the process, to give caveats, to give details, to contextualize information so that people can understand the universals that are at play in their conditions. Idra Loris says, can you touch more on how Beer's conclusions align neatly with anarchism instead of, say, democratic socialism, thinking of Allende's government? Yeah. Since I've been writing about it, I can find you this quote. So there's a great essay about Stafford Beer and cybernetics that probably everybody should read called Towards an Anarchist Cybernetics. I'll get you a link to it real quick. Yeah, there it is. It's a great essay about cybernetics. It may interest you to know that cybernetics, when it was first being developed as a field, was very popular among anarchists. But let me read this particular quote from the essay. It's a long quote, so bear with me. While the context of much of Beer's work on organizational cybernetics is in hierarchically organized companies, the notion of control he utilizes has little in common with accounts based on command and control structures, orders, and top-down decision-making. Beer is keen to note, for example, that despite pyramidal organizational charts, organizations that remain stable, successfully cope with change, and are able to pursue goals do so because their actual operations depart radically from their stated organizational structure. If an organization were to follow the chain of command set out in its organizational chart, with a leadership at the top and various levels of authority and responsibility arranged downwards, as far as those at the bottom who have no authority and are required to follow orders passed down the chain, the response to change at the bottom, where the organization actually operates in its environment, would be incredibly slow. Those at the bottom would need to pass information about the change in the environment up to the next level, and so on, until the leadership at the top made a decision and passed that decision down again through each level. By that point, Beer argues, the response would be irrelevant, as the situation would have changed again. In avoiding this, the parts of the organization in contact with the environment, in fact, the parts of the organization in contact with the environment, in fact, embody a degree of autonomy, insofar as they can respond to change as they see fit within set limits. They need to be able to do this for the organization to remain stable in the face of change. Basically, what Beer said, and what he does say numerous times, is that hierarchy really just ends up slowing down the system, and it makes it have lags of decision making, which make it mismatch with conditions as they prevail. Anarchism, of course, has been saying this well before Stafford Beer was even born. This is, part of the reason as well that Graeber talks about what's called baseline communism. The system has to maintain itself by defying hierarchy. If we actually did what hierarchy wanted, nothing would function. It would be too slow. It would be cumbersome. Decision-making always has to lie to some significant degree down at the ground. So now if you take a look at what he did when he went to Chile. When he went to Chile, he was heavily decentralizing the economy. In fact, what he was doing was he was putting the tools to make decisions directly in the hands of the workplaces. Now, there was still some intervention by what were called interlocutors, which maintained some central control, but Beer disapproved of those interlocutors. Beer approved of coordinators who took signals of individual workplaces and helped, coordinate logistics and supply chains. But he just saw that as a task, kind of like I've been describing in this very live stream. He didn't think that the coordinators should be commanding the workplaces. Quite the opposite. He thought that the workplaces should be making most of the decisions about how the economy functioned. Unfortunately, we really didn't get to see how things panned out, but it was actually this heavy decentralization that was taking place, this horizontalization that was taking place, that made their economy boom so quickly, that productivity skyrocketed as soon as they started to implement these projects. So yeah, Beer was all about putting power down at the very bottom. And interestingly, I think he came to some of these conclusions because when he went to Chile, he, regaining my train of thought. When he went to Chile beforehand, he had been mostly helping capitalist firms reorganize themselves. He had criticisms about how some of them organized themselves, and often he would try to put power back down at the bottom in order to create autonomy at the lowest level, system one, what he calls it. But it wasn't until he went to Chile to consult with Allende that he began reading leftist theory. And my impression is that he read some Marx. And I had a hard time digging up. I remember reading this. And I've had a hard time digging it back up afterwards. So if anybody can help me find this specific citation. But what he took away from Marx was alienation theory. So basically, what was causing misery in the capitalist system was the alienation of the worker from the control over the productive capacities, the control of the products of their labor, their interaction with other laborers, and all of that. And alienation theory pretty much just organically led him to a libertarian socialist conclusion. And you can see in all of his lectures afterwards and in everything he wrote afterwards, even when he was repeating old lectures, he had edited them pretty significantly to include these new revelations that he had after he worked in Chile. So, yeah. Panos Roussis says, I would say that consensus has one superior quality to a simple majority in that it does not pass decisions without refining them, escaping extreme and rapid ideas. Agreed 100%. In fact, I think that's one of the biggest reasons why no matter what kind of system, if there's some fallback or whatever, the default should always be consensus. Because in consensus, everyone is forced to deal with all objections. And in my experience, most objections actually are helpful in one way or another. If you can get everybody together and you can have, healthy disagreement and you can change or moderate your proposals in order to meet the needs of even very small minorities, sometimes minorities of one, it is usually beneficial to the measure. It usually makes the measure more comprehensive. It has less of a likelihood to trample on people's needs and desires. That's been my experience, even in large groups of people. And I think a lot of people have had problems with consensus because they don't know how to balance a bunch of people's needs all at once. It's very we live in an individualistic culture where everybody has like a my way or the highway sort of view. But in consensus, you can't take a my way or the highway sort of view. You've got to actually work out your disagreements with people. And sometimes just simple persuasion can overcome disagreements. And sometimes those disagreements have to be overcome through amendments. And every great once in a while, there's no overcoming the disagreements. And you have to decide what you're going to do with that. But that's a whole other topic. If you want to know my thoughts on that topic, you can watch the video When Consensus Fails. Tawiri says, isn't it contradictory that Marxists call anarchism idealistic and utopian, which contradicts historical materialism when Reclus and Kropotkin observed cultures practicing it or close to it? Yeah, I mean, I would say that that's definitely a pretty good point. Obviously, it's not like idealistic or utopian given that it's already been done, right? But I guess if I'm just trying to identify with their perspective or I'm trying to understand their perspective a little bit, I think that perhaps all they're saying is that it might be idealistic or utopian to expect that the future is going to look like that past, right? That the future is that we're going to impose our expectations or desires about the future onto conditions. I think that's mostly what they're trying to say. I think that they engage in that same problem themselves with their concept of a state transitioning to a completely different kind of society. But that's my understanding of what they're trying to say. Josh Zeck says, can someone here explain using the language of arrest Netanyahu and citing the ICC ruling in regards to opposing genocide? This seems authoritarian to me, but a lot of people are saying it. I don't think it's authoritarian. I just think it's consequentialist. I think people are just looking at what an outcome, a good outcome might look like to deal with the problems. And they're basically saying, hey, even within this system, the system agrees that it's genocide, right? Like they're basically just trying to get the system to act consistently and to hold actors that it has control over accountable. So. Idra Laura says, opinions on Bob Black's critique of Bookchin. I skimmed it, so I'm not going to pretend that I read every little detail, but everything I was skimming was either a straw man or he understood what Bookchin was saying, and then he presented a much worse position. Like, it was either he didn't understand what Bookchin was saying in almost every occasion I looked at, and then sometimes he did understand what Bookchin was saying, and Bookchin was right, and he was wrong. What he presented as his response was just wrong, or way worse, way more dangerous, way less liberatory. Just the skimming I was doing, I hated it. It was garbage, which is not shocking. Bob Black is not one of my favorite thinkers personally. Swedish Socialist has DM'd me and told me that that I should recommend that you all watch my Debate with Socialism Done Left, where I talk about communism and how it could actually work and be organized, because it seems like a lot of people have been asking questions about it. Here's the link if anybody's interested. A long while back, I did a Debate with Socialism Done Left, and that's a recording of that. Rowan Bauer says, is there an easy way to find local anarchist organizations? Googling it hasn't been helpful. Unfortunately, I just got to say that really it isn't super helpful. It's kind of hard to find them sometimes. Not only because often if they have pages, they're very small pages, but sometimes they don't even have pages. I think the best way is probably always just to get involved in whatever events are happening around you and try to find your people that way. So just like, oh, a protest is happening, go to the protest. Oh, an organization is holding a reading group, go to the reading group. You know, just be present in the events, the leftist events that are taking place around you. And I think a lot of the time you'll end up meeting other anarchists and libertarian socialists like that. Tawiri says, considering states got their first start with enclosure of resources to allow coercive power, is that why a state can only be counter-revolutionary? That is clearly part of it, right? I mean, it's kind of based in a colonialist mindset at its very base. But for me, I think the reason why that I used that title in the video series was that the revolution that we are saying we want to carry out is a revolution. This is in the context of the video series, The State is Counter-Revolutionary, is a revolution where the workers control the means of production, where the workers are the ones who control society. But the state is a body of monopoly, which holds the power to make decisions over the economy and to regulate society and to pass laws and to command the military and the police apart from the mass of people. It is inherently a monopolizing body, and it is impossible for a monopolizing body to empower the people it is monopolizing power away from. Its entire purpose is to keep power away from the masses of people. The state is inherently a narrow body of exclusionary power, which only therefore empowers this very small group of people. It is an authoritarian entity. It can't be anything else. And therefore, it can't be revolutionary in a socialist sense, because a socialist revolution, once again, is about empowering the masses, not social but democracy, not just giving the masses handouts. Once again, if that's what you want, then you should just support Sweden or something. But no, it's about empowering the masses. From a Marxist standpoint, it's about elimination of alienation. And that requires the elimination of the commodity form. It requires the elimination of rulership over the people. And therefore, the state cannot be, no matter what its manifestation, a socialist revolutionary entity. It's not possible. As you say, there are many other problems with it, which is to say it literally gets its start through conquering and colonialism. Colonialism in the variety of senses. Colonialism insofar as its effect on the people, but also insofar as its approach to how it understands land ownership and communal ownership by contrast. But yeah, no, the state is a counter-revolutionary entity. If a revolution happens and a state is created, the state is the counter-revolution. That's what I'm really trying to get across in that video series. Hypnosis says, could you give us some pointers for how to create points of unity or charters, especially when there's disagreement about specific points? I would say it's good to just start with a proposed list of points of unity. How about this? Why don't I give you the Cooperation Tulsa Charter? I'm just going to link the Cooperation Tulsa Charter. That's not what I'm looking for. It's going to take me a second. So there's the link to the Cooperation Tulsa Charter. In the charter, the points of unity are right off the bat. So if you just want to copy our points of unity, go ahead. And then y'all can have a discussion about those points of unity. So I think that's generally a good way to start. It allows you to just have a foundation. And then I think that the debates or discussions that you might have afterwards will be informative. Not only will they be informative about what kind of points of unity you might want to have, but if people disagree with some of those, it might indicate those people are maybe not the people you want to form a coalition with. I see many people are accessing this document. Cool. There you go. Feel free to literally, not figuratively, literally make a copy of that document and change out the names. Straight up. We have no problem with that. In fact, we encourage it. Take the charter, change out the names in the document, use it wholesale. Toiri says, so it's about giving autonomy instead of paternalism. Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of it, right? I think it's also about this concept of command from the top as opposed to self-determination, right? A state is command from the top inherently, whereas self-determination has to come from the bottom. Self-determination has to be determined by the people making those decisions for themselves. Those who are affected decide, as we say as anarchists. Knowledge and Defense says, do you think the Black Army winning the Civil War was a genuine possibility despite their size? I mean, I guess it depends on what you include in that. Like, they did win the Civil War because the Civil War was between those inside of the country. They lost because the Bolsheviks waged war on Ukraine. Like, the Black Army defeated the White Army, essentially. And it was pretty much done. And then the Red Army invaded Ukraine. But if what you mean is, could they have possibly defended against the Red Army? Yes. They probably could have maintained the autonomy of Ukraine if they had not trusted the Red Army to begin with. They were really caught off guard by the Red Army making these aggressive advances. If they had started by being more protective of their borders, of not expecting the Bolsheviks were going to be trustworthy, they wouldn't have been betrayed. And in fact, I think this is a big part of why Machno went on to form platformism. And he even said as much. He basically said that we can never trust the authoritarians again. This is a demonstration of what they're going to do. We have to create specifically anarchist formations that are organized. Miles Norsworthy says, we're talking about turning our HEMA club into a total cooperative. I'll have to look at this document for inspiration. To be clear, I don't think this document's probably going to be very good for understanding how to create a cooperative. For that, you're going to need to seek out what the legal precedent and filings look like. Every single state in the United States and nation has different rules for how cooperatives function, and what kind of paperwork you have to file to be legally recognized as a cooperative. And then you need to understand how to form your charter as a cooperative. Cooperation Tulsa, to be clear, isn't a cooperative. Cooperation Tulsa is a revolutionary organization. Our goal is to build cooperatives, but we are not ourselves a cooperative. We're in the understanding of a specifismo. We're the specific organization. They say specifically anarchist organization. This might be seen as more like a specifically communalist or social ecologist organization. But even then, it's full of anarchists. The idea is this is where there's sort of an ideological unity here. There's a theoretical unity, tactical unity, collective responsibility, and a devotion to the principle of federation. So. Knowledge and Defense says, why did the CNTFAI not learn from it then? I don't know. That's a true historic tragedy. Tawiri says, I know you love consensus, but what happens when you cut a cake and then you accidentally drop the knife in your leg on top of a bunch of garbage? Checkmate, anarchist. Yeah. Everybody go watch the video. It's so good. So good. Hypnosis says, related to my previous question, do you have any opinions on the topic of social insertion? Yeah, it's absolutely crucially necessary. Absolutely crucially necessary. But I also think a lot of people misunderstand what it is. I hear horror stories about social insertion basically just being spying. Like people have told me about, like, I have an specificist group in my city, and they do social insertion, and they got kicked out of the group because they didn't tell anybody they were with the anarchist organization, and they kept trying to get into positions of power inside of the organization. And I'm just like blown away. I'm like, well, that's not social insertion. Absolutely not social insertion. That's entryism, as RD says in the chat. That's called entryism or spying. Social insertion is not entryism. Social insertion, you should come in and as soon as the right opportunity arises, you should make clear to people you are from an anarchist organization. You should make clear that your reason of being here is to provide support. It is to provide resources. It is to demonstrate solidarity of action. It is to help coordinate, but not to control. It is not to get into positions of power. It is not just to inform on the organization. Don't get me wrong. Obviously, you want to do report backs. Like, you need to come back to the specifically anarchist organization. You're going to tell them about what happened in the meetings, but there's no reason that needs to be a secret, right? Like, you're just going to the meetings and you're trying to provide help, and you should be open about where you come from and what your intentions are. Just once again, social insertion is not entryism. And I've just heard so many people tell me horror stories about this. If they're doing entryism, I don't even know if they're doing specifismo, like straight up. RJ Kilroy says, I remember you saying in the Discord that Cooperation Jackson provides people with jobs and homes. Could you elaborate a bit on how exactly that works? And is Cooperation Tulsa trying to do the same? Yeah, no. So when I say they provide people jobs, I'm saying they're starting cooperatives. And when I say they're providing people with homes, I'm saying that they're starting what are called community land trusts. So both of these are basically ways to help people have control over these facets of their life. A cooperative is essentially, a business, but the workers completely own the business. So that's what I meant by them providing jobs. And a community land trust is essentially where you get together a bunch of renters or homeowners that are under mortgages, and you start an entity which then itself buys out all of the property, and the owners of all of those houses, the renters or owners of those houses, are then the controllers of the community land trust. So it's a way to collectivize property. And Cooperation Jackson has done numerous community land trusts in Jackson, Mississippi. Oh, as for whether Cooperation Tulsa intends to do that, yeah, we would like to do that, but that's going to take a lot of time and effort. And at the moment, money we do not necessarily have. So we are working at the speed of our donations. So, opportunity to pitch Cooperation Tulsa. If you want to help Cooperation Tulsa, if you're one of the 1,000 people that comes into my DMs and says, Daniel, I want to help, Praxis. I want to help these transformative liberatory projects take place, but I don't have anything around me. How can I help? The answer is very straightforward. Donate to organizations. Cooperation Tulsa is funded to a large degree based on recurring crowdfunded donations from normal people, not from big organizations. We have gotten a grant before, but most of our income, the majority of all income we've ever had, came from crowdfunding. So if you want to help Cooperation Tulsa continue to do the work it does, if you'd like to see us one day expand into building fully functional cooperatives, expand into creating community land trusts, that kind of stuff requires money and effort and time, and you can contribute to that by becoming a recurring donor through the Open Collective link that I just put in the chat. So Open Collective is just a crowdfunding. It's a horizontal organization itself that does crowdfunding for horizontal organizations. And, recurring donor is what I would prefer. But if you just want to dump one big, one-time donation into Cooperation Tulsa, obviously we'd appreciate that. But it's those recurring monthly donations that allow us to do all of the things that we do. So I just want to encourage y'all to go over there and become a recurring donor for any amount that you can spare, so that Cooperation Tulsa can continue doing the work we already do and expand into even more transformative work that we like to do. Bumidas, I think is how that's said. Hello, Anark. If you don't mind me asking, how do you feel on anarcho-syndicalism? To be more specific, the usage of unions during and after the revolution. Well, I mean, I think unions are good. I think that they do have some tendency to fall into reaction, as we've seen, but they are an important part of of revolutionary activity. They are fighting in enemy territory. They are taking back territory, one might say, that the enemy has already claimed. Whereas cooperatives are about kind of creating our own territory and slowly expanding it. Unions are about going to enemy territory and fighting for space inside of enemy territory. So they're valuable. They put us in an orientation of conflict with capitalism, which is good. And I think that they're important. Anarcho-syndicalism, I once identified as anarcho-syndicalist. In fact, if you go back to the intro on the channel, you'll find that when I made the channel, I identified as an anarcho-syndicalist. The reason I don't call myself that now is because I think it gives people the idea that all I'm concerned with is unionism or trade or revolutionary trade unionism. And that's not the case. That is part of an overall strategy. I think that we have to be way more intersectional than that. Hypnosis says, literally the first day I joined my current organization, I told everyone I was an anarchist and they gave me the weirdest looks. But now they're much more open to anarchist ideas. Yeah, that's the idea of social insertion. You become present, you're open about who you are and what your ideology is and what organization you're with. And you demonstrate the solidarity of anarchists by action. You try not to be too much of a pain in the ass, otherwise they're just not going to want you around, but instead a benefit, a help to the organization, a needed voice of expertise. And you'll find that they'll become more sympathetic to anarchist views over time, a lot of the time. Another donation from Steve McNelly for $20. I appreciate it. He says, hey, Dan, just woke up here in Australia. Was it on this stream last time that a book that explained taking a business to a cooperative was named? I can't recall, and all the Googling isn't giving me what I recall hearing as a title. I will say personally, I don't know of a book that's what it does. It's possible that I answered a question in line with that and then somebody recommended you a book. I will say that probably one of your best resources is probably Democracy at Work. There are a ton of resources on there. It's not a book, it's a website, it's an organization, it's associated with Richard Wolff, but it has a bunch of resources. In fact, there was a period of time where we were wanting to start a cooperative, and this is where we started. Yeah, sorry I couldn't give you the definitive answer you were looking for, but yeah, Democracy at Work. Hypnosis says, what do you think about Deleuze and Guattari's idea of territorialization? I mean, it's a really big topic. There's territorialization, deterritorialization, and re-territorialization. But I think a lot of people confuse what they're talking about here. They think that it's only about literal territory when it's really not. It's about the immanence of some idea, process, presence in its field of activity. So ideas can territorialize, processes can territorialize. But also there is the process of deterritorialization, which is to say the process through which some idea, process, or space loses its previous territory. And in that process, there is always a reciprocal process of what is called re-territorialization, which is to say nothing ever persists in a state of deterritorialization. That's a process, not a state of existence. Re-territorialization always instantly accompanies deterritorialization. That is to say that whenever some idea or process or thing retreats, something else claims that territory. So yeah, I mean, that's my understanding of the process. You say, I brought it up because of your comments about unions fighting in enemy territory. Yeah, no, it does actually apply. It applies. I might say that what that is deterritorialization for the capitalists over the autonomy of the workers. And it's re-territorialization, reciprocal re-territorialization by the workers. That's essentially what's happening, right? The workers are territorializing, which is re-territorializing as a process, and deterritorializing for the capitalists. Baskerville says, Anark, what's your view on anarcho-primitivism? Very negative. Very negative. I think that they're wrong in so many ways that it's hard for me to know where to start. First of all, they're wrong about technology. Technology is not inherently bad. Technology is not inherently authoritarian. Technology is a source of power, and power can be used in a variety of ways. So what I've said before, I did a video about technology where I kind of address anarcho-primitivism. Technology has both kind of a nature and a nurture to it, you might say. By its form, it kind of has some necessary implementation, but by its conditions and surroundings and context and the way that it is embedded in a social fabric, it will have different outcomes. So technology is not inherently bad. That's the first mistake. I mean, then before even moving on from that, there's also even trying to define what is technology. Where does technology begin and end? And they can't even seem to agree on that. Different primitivists seem to have different ideas of what is technology and where was the first technology? Is language technology? Is being able to start a fire technology? Is picking up a stick and smashing technology? You'll notice that the boundary is very fuzzy. It doesn't mean that you couldn't define such a boundary, but it then becomes very difficult to discern what it is, what kind of state of existence we would have to return to satisfy people who are primitivists. I know I've heard some of them say that the beginning of agriculture was when everything went bad. I've heard some of them say that, the development of weapons was when everything went bad. The boundary is fuzzy, and it's also not super important because technology is part of being a being with a higher concept of reality. If you can conceive of things that are not, you are eventually going to start developing more and more sophisticated technologies. It's Pandora's box. You're never putting it all back in the box. You're never going to eliminate the memory of how technology works. And any society that tries to persist without technology is going to be defeated or subsumed by a society that does utilize technology. And that society utilizes technology will probably be better in many ways to the society that refuses, just for simple quality of life improvements. Also, then you've got the other problem, which is that what is your praxis, yo? What is your praxis? What are you actually going to do to make that happen? Sabotage? Okay, cool. So I think that we barely even need to have a conversation to recognize that you are just advocating propaganda of the deed, or just more specifically, just open terrorism, which will lead to the death and immiseration of millions or billions of people. And yeah, I know I've heard the argument like, well, there's already so many people suffering every single day. And, you know, people are suffering under this system. And it's like, I agree. But it's certainly not going to be made better by you destroying the foundations of what allows many people to live. I think it's pretty obvious that this is ableist in its very nature. But you know, I actually agree with them on one point, and that is that in many indigenous societies, disabled people were actually treated to better standards of care than we now give them. They had a society around them to take care of them. They were integrated in a social fabric much more often. But the standards of medical care were much worse. In fact, people with a bunch of different disabilities would just simply die in the world that they're describing. And it just seems like there's very little wrestling with that I've noticed. I think that the reason why, I think that probably if I had to guess, they are wrestling with it in their minds and among themselves, but they don't want to do it in public because all of the discussions about what it would look like to bring about that society would probably be so abhorrent and horrifying to the average person or even the average radical that they know they sound like callous people, that they sound like people who that do not care about the well-being of other human beings and that are willing to sacrifice the well-being of other human beings to bring about something which honestly is not even a desirable end goal. That's not even it. Wow. It also seems to fetishize indigenous ways of living. It seems to just assume that if you eliminate technology, that you're just going to have like this utopic, harmonious society and that you're just going to return to a horizontal way of living. And it's just false. The actual truth is that indigenous societies went every which way. There were indigenous societies that were deeply hierarchical and warlike and absolutely went into processes of conquest with surrounding tribes. It could be very brutal. And there were tribes that were very horizontal, which really look a lot like the kinds of things we might want to put in place. And it should be said, there were also horizontal tribes that were very warlike. In fact, the Iroquois Confederation, which many of us as anarchists look to as being a great example of indigenous anarchism or indigenous horizontal structures, was itself full of warring tribes or warrior tribes. Like there were lots of warrior tribes in the Iroquois Confederacy, and it was to some degree contentious with its neighbors. It wasn't just like peaceful because it was horizontal either. I just think that it's not good to fetishize the state of nature, or I guess you might say pre-civilization, as somehow just being desirable because it lacked modern technology. It's complicated. In that state of existence, many different kinds of structures arose. And wow, I'm still going, but there's still more criticisms. Another criticism. If what you want to do is reproduce the conditions of a society before agriculture and a society before the rise of the state and all of that, you need to understand first that those are the very conditions that the state arose out of. It's not to say that every single place created states. It's not to say that every single tribe became a state. It is to say that those were the conditions that states arose and successfully conquered within. And so it's already been demonstrated that that state of existence does not resist against the rise of the state, because that is the very state of existence which produced the state. You can say, oh, we'll do it different this time, but I think that the reason it happened is not just because there was no conscious awareness that it could happen. There was. In fact, you can find plenty of indigenous tribes which were extremely aware of the possibility of hierarchy catalyzing into very dangerous sorts of formations, to the degree where they would conquer kings and overthrow corrupt chiefs and all kinds of stuff. The point I'm trying to get across is that it didn't prevent the state from rising. So trying to reproduce those conditions is, once again, trying to reproduce the conditions that we've already got confirmation produce the state. This is why when I look to the future, I'm not just looking backwards. I'm inspired by what has been done in many indigenous societies. I think that in many ways, their structures of social governance, even when they were hierarchical, were preferable. But I am looking to the future. I am not trying to reproduce a past that is gone. I'm trying to produce a future where we can all live. And that means that we have to use what we now have in order to create something that is resistant of the rise of the state once again. The state has to be prevented. It has to be actively countervailed through both structure, through culture, through individual ideological transformation, and through transformation of technology to be liberatory technology, both by changing its form and by changing its context within the social fabric. That's the only way that we're going to produce something which resists the recatalyzation of the state. We have to produce a social immune system. And what we can see is that those pre-civilizational forms did not successfully create this social immune system to prevent the spread of hierarchical power structures and conquering hierarchies. That is all the criticisms that come to mind, but there's more, but those are just the ones that immediately come to mind. Tawiri says, what about your views on post-humanism? We Maori follow the framework against human exceptionalism and nature estrangement. It helps inform our anti-hierarchy beliefs from nature to interpersonal. I think when I first heard this phrase post-humanism, I bristled a little bit, but now that I've actually had it kind of explained to me more in depth, I think that a lot of what I've been saying already, a lot of what I've intuited about the subject just kind of is post-humanist. That being said, it's weird because sometimes I'll read about post-humanism and then I don't vibe with it. But then sometimes I'll read overviews and I'm like, oh, actually, yeah, no, that still fits with what I'm saying. So yeah, no, I kind of take the same position. I think you're right that post-humanism really is more about being against human exceptionalism and estrangement from nature. And I think that insofar as that's what it represents, yes, I'm post-humanist. I would say in a general sense, I would probably prefer to describe myself as being a social ecologist, which I think probably kind of entails this post-humanist viewpoint, even though I bet Bookchin would also bristle at that characterization. But my understanding of both post-humanism and social ecology is that Bookchin basically was a post-humanist. So I would tend to agree with this. In fact, even on this last part about from estrangement from nature to interpersonality, I even talk about this in the most recent video essay that I'm writing. So yeah, agreed. RD says, as a post-civ anarchist, I respect your thoughts on the topic, but I just think that post-civ really addresses the critiques you made of Anprim. Well, I saw, kind of like glanced over and saw you mention, you said that some Anprims are post-civ, but having looked into both, I don't know if I agree with that characterization. It seems to me that these are opposite viewpoints. I think that some Anprims are anti-civ, but I don't think any Anprims are post-civ, because post-civ seems to be more about taking pretty much kind of what I was saying about taking the advancements of society and, building something, an alternative, or building something new out of it. It's about moving into the future, right? That's the post in post-civ. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, Post-civ is not, post-civ doesn't seem to me to be commensurate with anarcho-primitivism. They seem like they disagree with each other. Post-civ is not anti-technology, for example. Post-civ is way more complicated. Seems like, pretty much my only issue with post-civ is I don't like their obsession of the word civilization. I don't like how in both anti-civ and post-civ, they just define civilization as bad things. They seem to mean civilization as synonymous with the state and economic domination and authoritarianism or hierarchical power structures more broadly. And personally, I just don't think that's a good description of civilization. I also think that it contains a bunch of the subtexts that I am personally a little uncomfortable with. One of these subtexts being that when imperialists came to, indigenous societies and called them quote unquote uncivilized, that this was an accurate characterization. I disagree. I think that they were civilized. They didn't practice the barbaric civilization of Western imperialism. And they looked quote unquote uncivilized because they hadn't taken on these dominating imperialist behaviors of the West. So I don't think that civilization should be made synonymous with the dominators. It almost seems to me like that's a compliment to the dominators. They're civilized. They're the ones that know how to manage a civil society. In their society, people are civil. I don't like any of those implications. I dislike all of those subtexts. And so I'm reticent to just sacrifice this word civilization to the authoritarians and to say that I don't want civilization, that I don't want a civil society, because I'm afraid of the word civilization. I'm not afraid of the word civilization. I just think that there's different kinds of civilizations and that there is such a thing as a civil society. And in many ways, a civil society is a good thing, a society where people practice civic behaviors towards one another. I think that's probably a good thing. People have to be able to practice respect, mutual respect and kindness and patience and so on. Those things are good. And that is, weird as it may sound, what is heavily associated with this phrase of civilization. Civilization to the vast majority of people and historic scholars until anti-civ and post-civ was largely associated with an organized society where there were basic foundations of social good, where we didn't accept things like murder and theft and abuse of others. So when you come to the normal person and even most scholars and you say, I'm against civilization, what they hear is, I don't think that we should have norms against murdering people. I don't think that we should have civic values. I don't think that we should practice mutual respect and coordination with people in society. I'm not saying that that's what post-civ people mean by it. I understand what they mean by it because I've now at least like kind of learned enough about their perspective. But I just don't vibe with using the word civilization in this way. I think it's both confusing and doesn't really match historical usage and doesn't even really match theoretical usage until it was made to mean this by anti-civ and post-civ people. So that's why I don't really use that phrase, post-civ. Aiden says, from what you said, Anprim seems like a different form of reactionary, as in to technology and related social problems, when centralization of power is more responsible, in my humble opinion. Yeah, no, I mean, there's a reason why primitivist spaces often have fascists in them. And that is because fascism is based a lot around... fascism is based a lot around trying to reproduce an idyllic past. It's the belief that in the past there was some perfect, not, like flourishing society that needs to be reproduced. And that what we've got now is a degeneration of past values. And that we have to return, right? It's where all the jokes about return with the V and everything come from. Because there's the part of a key part of fascism is not only that you're a conservative, it is that you are regressive. You want to go backwards. And I think primitivists often give me those vibes. In fact, you want to read a primitivist who's got those vibes in spades, go read Ted Kaczynski. Ted Kaczynski is basically a primitivist fascist. Like he's constantly saying might makes right fascist stuff in his work. It disturbs me so much that anarchists cite him. He was not an anarcho-primitivist. He was like a fascist primitivist. And they're like, oh, well, his critiques of technology were good. And it's like, no, his critiques of technology also sucked. His critiques of industrialism were okay, but go find them elsewhere. Go find them elsewhere. There's no reason why y'all need to promote Ted Kaczynski. You're basically promoting a fascist. A fascist who, might I add, tried to murder innocent people who had literally done nothing. People working in colleges and secretaries and people flying planes. Dude just tried to murder innocent people with bombs. The hell's wrong with people? Anyway, got another donation from Tawiri for $2. Thank you very much. He says, imagine a Luddite transformer, Optimist Prim. Wow, you just said... Optimus Prim, huh? Optimist Prim. Wow. That's something. That's something. All right. Thanks for the $2. Confused Lefty says, if technology is neutral, but power structures build things, design cities, etc., in a way that furthers their power, is it actually neutral? Well, like I said, what I said kind of off the bat was that there's a sort of nature and nurture to technology. Okay. There's some aspect of the way that it's constructed that makes it to where it can only produce certain outcomes. So some technologies are very constrained in the outcomes they produce, and some technologies are extremely broad. So let's look, for example, at the firearm. The firearm is an example of a technology that is built in a very specific way. It can only do a thing, and that is shoot a bullet. And what's that meant to do? Harm people. Maybe scare them. Harm people. But now look at its nurture. Well, the gun can also be used for self-defense. Harming people has a context, right? It can be done in an aggressive way, which harms, which is a violation of others, but it can also be done in a way which prevents the violation of others. So the firearm, something with you might say a nature or a form or a structure, inherent structure, which gives it the constraint of shoot, bullet, and kill, is not strictly bound to be bad when it is embedded in a different context. But now we can look at things like social media. Social media has an inherent structure, and much of it is meant to distract us. It's meant to chew up as much of our free time as possible. And whether it's intended or not, it also tends to shallow our attention span. It tends to get us dopamine addicted. Those are part of its form. It's structured that way. Okay? And there's no way you could take that form as built and make it do anything else. Its structure determines that usage. Now you could tinker with its structure and it may slowly take on a different characteristic. And it should also be said, insofar as we're talking about its nurture or its context, we can see that actually social media has been used for liberatory purposes as well. In fact, there's a reason why during the Arab Spring that almost all those governments banned Facebook. Like much as we might hate Facebook, Facebook was helping the masses create a huge bottom-up coup in these nations. So even though we've already accepted that Facebook has those negative qualities, it still, within certain contexts, can produce good outcomes. So what I'm saying is it's really complicated, extremely complicated. Technologies do have certain structural imperatives to them based on how they are constructed. But how they are embedded in circumstances also determines the scope of their possible usage. And part of that is how they are embedded in a social fabric. Is it a liberatory social fabric? Is it oppressive? Those things are important. So I hope that made sense. You could use so many different examples to inspect this. And what you're going to find is that there are varying levels of, I use this phrase, these words loosely, nature and nurture to technology, right? There are varying levels of inherent structure and contextuality. And it depends on which thing you were looking at specifically, what the conditions are for that piece of technology. Knowledge and Defense says, can you apply this logic to nukes and other bombs that can destroy entire places? Yeah, you can. Like, look at the examples. So like a nuclear bomb, remember, it's varying amounts of inherent structure and contextuality. I'm not saying that it's completely flexible for every single technology. Every technology has a differing amount of inherent structure and contextuality. Nuclear weapons, I'm seeing very little contextuality where they are not oppressive. Pretty much the only positive thing that can be said about nuclear weapons is if you don't want to get hit with nuclear weapons, you need to develop nuclear weapons. That's the sad truth of the world we live in, right? It's like disarmament would be great. I think we all agree. But insofar as we don't live in a world that's disarmed, you as a country have every reason in the world to produce a nuclear weapon just so that you don't get bombed by an enemy nuclear weapon. Like, it's sadly a principle of self-defense for modern nations. I hate it, but we failed at disarmament, yo. We failed. The 60s was a time where it probably could have possibly happened. It didn't. It didn't happen. By the end of the Cold War, not my opinion, is the fate was basically sealed on nuclear weapons, because now there are thousands of them and there is literally zero political will for disarming them. So now you're kind of stuck in this situation where if you're some nation that's being imperialized by the United States, it is kind of a principle of self-defense to have a nuclear weapon. But does that mean nuclear weapons are good? Absolutely not. It's like saying, well, everybody's got a disease that could exterminate all of humanity, so I need a disease that can exterminate all of humanity so they don't drop it on me. And it's like, yeah, I mean, it's terrible. It's awful. I hate it. But once again, like, yeah, its inherent structure, 98% terrible, villainous, dangerous, but 2%, there's also that aspect of self-defense. Like, who can really blame Iran if they did want to develop a nuclear weapon? Like, if I were Iran, I would want to have a nuclear weapon so I didn't get bombed by a nuclear weapon. Straight up. This is the sad truth of the way the world works. Oh yeah, Chromium Bookmarks kind of makes an interesting point. A nuclear bomb could help against, say, a dangerous meteor. Sadly, though, they exist in the context of war and mass destruction. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. There we go. A nuclear bomb could blow up a meteor or something. We, get the bomb out there, blow up the meteor. There's a context where a nuclear bomb doesn't have a negative context, I guess. Tawiri says, did you know the tutor, Alexander Bickerton, of the father of nuclear physics, Ernest Rutherford, was an avid Kropotkin follower and started an anarchist community in my city? No, but that's fucking sweet. That's super interesting. I did not know that. I wonder how much Rutherford took from him. So yeah, I think you're pretty much going to find this same kind of condition with almost every technology that you analyze. The internet's another good example, right? The internet, by its very structure, has some elements which are negative and has a whole bunch of elements which are very positive. Confused Lefty says, can from each according to his ability to each according to his needs be achieved under a state? I mean, I guess the answer, I would say practically no. Like in reality, no. Hypothetically, in some alternative universe where things function differently than they do, where humans were somehow all resistant to structural imperatives, then theoretically, maybe. But in reality, no. Because structures have enforcing biases on humans. Humans' brains are broken by hierarchical power. There's just a number of studies which demonstrate as much. Not only does power corrupt, but power attracts the corrupted. Tawiri says, what's your view on degrowth? I think too many people think it's anti-civ or a type of austerity. Yeah, I mean, I guess my view on degrowth is just that it's not anti-civ or it's not a type of austerity. It's basically just a statement that we need to slow down the rate of growth. I've said before that it probably should have called itself deceleration. Like that's pretty much what it is. It's about deceleration, because, it's an attempt to stop our pillaging of the planet, or at least to slow down the pillaging, and then to put in place more responsible technologies. I think the word degrowth contains this idea of deceleration, but I think, God, so many people get it so confused. I see how they get it confused, but they're also straw manning degrowth advocates, so it's kind of annoying. Lily asked, do you have any videos about how to start something like Cooperation Tulsa? I don't have a video exactly about that. That is something that people have asked for pretty much as soon as I started making the Anark abridged videos. People started asking for it, but it is just such a huge topic, and there's so many specific conditions. Like, I'd have to be like, well, what kind of area are you in? What is the prevalence of other groups? Are those authoritarian groups or anarchist groups? What kind of praxis are they doing? Like, it's almost like this just like huge flow chart. And so what I've done is I've struggled for some time in figuring out what that flow chart looks like, and figuring out how to make broad enough statements that they will be useful for people, because to some significant degree, it depends so much on your conditions that almost everything is going to depend on those conditions. So that's why I haven't created that kind of video yet. Yeah, unfortunately, that's kind of the problem. It's just that it's very, very conditional how you should start. First, you need to figure out what the struggles are around you. You need to figure out if there are oppressed people around you who are not yet struggling. You need to figure out if it's possible that they will actually join you in that struggle, or whether you just need to start doing work on your own and then hope to one day fold them into that work. It's all going to depend on the presence of radicalism, the presence of different conditions. For example, whether you're in a rural, suburban, or urban area, that also makes a difference. If you're in a rural area, probably that means that you could do things like starting agricultural cooperatives a little more easily. If you're in an urban area, it's going to be a little bit harder to do that. You might be forced into things that are more based around labor organizing. But once again, you could start urban gardens, and you could also organize farm workers in rural areas. This is the reason why that video hasn't been created yet. You see how much hedging that I'm doing? See how I'm constantly being like, well, this, but that, and then that, but this. Yeah, it's just huge undertaking. I actually started trying to make that flowchart one time. And one day maybe I'll continue with that flowchart. Lily says, how do I find all of those answers? I can't find any local anarchists. Well, that's your first answer, right? Like I said, it's about your conditions. So if there's no local anarchists, then you can't just go join a group, right? But it might be useful for you to look around and see if there's other leftists in your area. You should see if there are protests and attend them. You should, if not, then maybe you have to start the organization, and then you need to figure out what the right context for that organization is. What kind of oppressed people surround you? If you're living in an area which is mostly affluent and most people are not that oppressed, maybe you should start a reading group. Even if the people are oppressed and it's just hard to organizing them together, maybe you should start a reading group. Then you need to advertise it, create social media. That's part of it. You should be on social media, I'm sorry to say, but you're also going to need to figure out what social media is being used in your area. So like around here in Tulsa, all of our local activists are on Instagram. But maybe in your area, they're on Facebook. You need to find out where they are, if they do exist, and then you need to make social media there, and you need to reach out and talk with them. Yeah, once again, the condition, it's so specific. The conditions are very specific. RD says, I live in the most conservative place in America. If we can make an anarchist group, then you can. That's also my position. Yeah, actually, sometimes I get frustrated by how many people seem to come to me This is not referring to you, by the way, Lily. Don't take this personally. This is not a comment on you. This is a comment on a lot of other people. So many people come into my DMs and they're asking me, how do I do X? And then I go, cool, what about this condition? And they go, oh, well, because of this, I just can't. And I'm like, yeah, it's not true. You can in those circumstances. And they're like, oh, I don't know. It seems too hard. It's just, bad things. And I'm like, yeah, but bad things don't prevent you from doing this. And I can tell that so many people are coming to me presenting difficulties because they don't want to do the hard work that is necessary to change anything. For example, when somebody tries to tell me like, oh, my area is just too conservative, can't do it in my area, too conservative. It's like, do you realize who you're talking to right now? Do you understand where I live? I live in Oklahoma. One of the most conservative places on the planet. It is the buckle of the Bible Belt. This is the home of evangelical conservative Christianity. I drive around and see MAGA stickers, even while it's not even that popular to support Trump right now. I see MAGA flags while I drive down the street. We host we have a restaurant that hosted a trans event, and a fucking white supremacist shot up the windows and set it on fire. Like, when that is the worst excuse, in my opinion, when people tell me that. It's like, no, you can. Your people are everywhere, even if you don't know it. And people can be convinced everywhere. We go out into public and we table it at public events, and we meet people here in Tulsa all the time who are not down with the way things are. They're not reactionaries. Just because they're surrounded by reactionaries doesn't mean everybody's a reactionary. Like during the second wave of Black Lives Matter protests, I remember there being photos of, little towns with like 100 people in them, and 2 or 3 people would come out holding signs. It's like, they're everywhere, in almost every place. And it's about doing the work to expand that constituency. It's about meeting people where they are at and helping them understand a more liberatory ideology. It's about helping people that need help. And it's about organizing them together such that they can actually fight against the oppressive structures in their area. So that is really the key. First of all, no excuses. No excuses. You just have to figure out how to do it. And me and Sonia, you might know Sonia from Twitter, Anarchitect. We talk about this all the time, how frustrating the excuses are, because people present the excuses as, instead of being things that can overcome, things that absolve them of the responsibility to act. What makes an organizer different from somebody who is like an armchair radical on the internet is that an organizer doesn't see those things as excuses to absolve them of the responsibility to act. They see them as hurdles that have to be overcome. As soon as those reasonings are presented, you need to immediately ask yourself, how do I change those conditions? And then you need to go to work changing those conditions. You need to start figuring out how to do it. Once again, Lily, I just want you to understand that this is not aimed at you. You have not given me those vibes at all. Just because I went on a rant there, I just want to be sure I'm not targeting this rant at you. But there have been so many people who've they just want to be given a reason why they can't do anything. They want to be given a reason why their armchair radicalism is just as valid as organizing. And let me just say that 100% of you could do something. And some people are like, well, I'm disabled. It's like, why do you think disabled people can't do anything? Where'd you get that idea? Like, who told you that disabled people can't do anything? They're like, well, I'm in a wheelchair. And it's like, cool, write radical essays, spread propaganda, put up posters on walls, put stickers with QR codes on them up, attend assemblies if they exist, Talk to people on social media in your area. Start organizations. Like, a wheelchair doesn't stop you from doing any of that. It's a hurdle, but it doesn't stop you from doing any of that. Like, disability is a hurdle, but it's in most cases not a hard gate on doing necessary things. It just changes the sort of things you're going to be able to do. And you should always be asking yourself, with the conditions that are available to you, what the absolute most you can do with those conditions. I organize with people who have dynamic disabilities, and yet they're always figuring out stuff they can do. Sonia, an architect, has fibromyalgia and got cancer. And yet Sonia has been finding stuff to do. They're, of course, taking their time and they're pacing themselves as they should. But, for example, we have work days where we go out and we do physical labor, like agricultural labor. And, you know, somebody with a dynamic disability like fibromyalgia, that's not something they're going to be able to do. But Sonia comes out and films stuff for our social media, puts up event posts asking people to come out, responds to DMs, coordinating tools and people coming out. That disability doesn't stop Sonia from doing those other things. But I get a lot of people online who any excuse isn't a hurdle. They're just looking for you to tell them, nope, yeah, you're right, you're screwed. Like, there's just nothing you can do. Like, probably not, people. Probably not. Lauren Miller says, I'm disabled and I'm organizing. Lots of disabled people organize. Lots of disabled people organize, and disabled in many different ways. You know, I have a disability, ADHD, which means I have executive dysfunction. Yet y'all probably are pretty aware that I'm still doing stuff, right? Like, I'm pushing through my executive dysfunction. And I got to tell y'all, it's really hard sometimes, but I do it anyway because I care more about these things than I care about giving into my executive dysfunction. I'm not saying that you once again, I just want to be clear. This doesn't mean that you run yourself ragged. Obviously, you're not going to be useful to anybody, including yourself, if you burn yourself out and can't do anything. You need to be able to rest. You have to be able to maintain the machine, as we might say, right? But I need to see more people seeing these things as hurdles to be overcome and not these 1,000-foot tall barriers to action. Mo Plum asks, a defining feature of U.S. life is that people move states every couple years. How do you organize folks who are so mobile and without roots in a local area? Damn, that is true, though. It's so hard, especially, I will say, one of the challenges, once again, this is not, notice that this isn't an excuse, this is a challenge, it's a hurdle, is living in Tulsa, living in a conservative area, you're constantly getting brain drain, right? People don't want to live in a conservative area, so they're just going to move out and they're going to move somewhere else where they feel more comfortable, or things are easier, or there's less conservatism and it's more liberal and the city has better transit or whatever. So I'm constantly dealing with us having these great radicals who are doing all this work, and then they get burnt out, and next time we talk to them, they're like, yeah, sorry, I'm moving to a different state. Not to insult anybody who's done that. Many people who I love and value deeply have done that, but I'm just saying it is a struggle. What I will say is you need to treat everybody as if they're not disposable anyway. You need to just keep training up organizers, and you need to recognize training up these people, even if they move elsewhere. That means that it's like, you know, a seed on the wind now, right? Instead of the seed kind of dropping down to the soil where it began, the seed is off on the wind. You know, the seed germinates off in faraway lands now. Well, that's good. Now that means that grows over there. And it sucks for us who are training up organizers to constantly be in this process where we're training up organizers and then the organizers disappear. And we train up organizers and they move to Colorado, or whatever, California. It's a struggle. But one thing I think that makes a difference is when you make something so solid that it demonstrates that they should stay. Now, I will say, I think the place where this is the absolute hardest to do is organizing in colleges. Organizing at universities, wow. Like, everybody's in and out in just a few years, right? Like, wow, it's difficult. What I would say then is that you probably need to focus on the people that are going to be there for a long time. Talk to the grad students, talk to the professors, talk to the university workers, organize the townies. Everybody at universities likes to pretend people who live in the towns don't live there or aren't real. They are. They also need to be organized. They also need liberation. You know what I mean? Like, it's challenging, but you basically just have to keep at it, regardless of the fact that people will move away. Because not everybody will. As Tawiri says, comrades should be helping support said disabled people too. That way, they're given more autonomy and accessibility to help. Mutual aid to help more mutual aid. Exactly. That's another aspect to it. I don't want to put it all on the back of the disabled people. When they have allies, those allies need to be taking into consideration what their disabilities are, and they need to be trying to help them as best as possible overcome, sidestep those disabilities or the challenges of those disabilities as much as is conceivably possible. So yeah, it's a two-way street. Definitely need allies. But of course, much of the time, first you got to find the allies. Zal says, I think there's just overwhelming apathy in the US. And ultimately, one of the roles of revolutionaries is showing people that they can make change step by step and little by little. Absolutely agreed. And it's challenging. It's challenging for so many different reasons. But that's the thing. If you have a true commitment to liberatory action, then you've got to keep going. Even through the challenges. You've got to overcome the challenges under any circumstances. You have to have the mindset that nothing's going to stop you. No matter what your conditions are, that nothing is going to stop you. That you're going to make the most of every single situation you're put in. You know what reminds me? When both Alexander Berkman and Emma Goldman were deported from the United States to Russia. And in their accounts, they talk about how even on the boat that was transferring all of these radicals to Russia, on the journey, they were organizing the people on the boat. Think about that. So many of those people, they were never even going to see them again. Some of them were literally going to go back on the boat, right? They were going to get on the boat and sail right home. Some of them were going to get off the boat and go to places completely different. But they did it because they looked at their circumstances and they said, no, I won't be defeated. I don't care if you deport me. Everywhere I go, I will be the catalyst for change. I will be the catalyst for organizing people from the bottom up. That's the spirit I need to see. That's the spirit I need to see. Like, this apathy that people have got, that's privilege shit. Apathy is a privilege. You can be apathetic because the circumstances aren't so dire you have to act. And I need people to realize that. I understand everybody has certain oppressions in their life that are miserable. But we have to act. We have to. And under the worst circumstances, we have to overcome learned helplessness. I think that's what the system does. I think it's what it's very good at doing. So I don't know if anybody here knows about learned helplessness. It's a psychological phenomenon. Basically, what they did, I mean, this is one of the studies. Learned helplessness has been observed in a variety of studies. One of the studies this is a messed up study, but just bear with me. They put dogs in cages and they shocked the dogs. Okay. What they found was that when they gave the dogs regular shocks at certain intervals, the dogs kept trying to avoid the shocks. They kept trying to get out of the cage. They would get angry. But when the shocks came at random intervals, the dogs gave up. They literally stopped even trying to avoid the shocks. They just lay down on the bottom of the cage and give up. And that persisted even when the shocks changed their interval. And I think that's what's going on here. I think people are so barraged by just this constant, nonstop, but also chaotic flow of distressing information that they're like that dog in the cage. They just laid down. They're just going to keep getting shocked. They don't have any fight left in them. And I think the point is we got to get them out of the cage, number one, but we also got to convince them they can get out of the cage. That's the big difference here, right? I think the operating thing here is the dog's belief it can't get out of the cage and that there's no predictability to the shocks. But no, we can get out of the cage. And that's what we got to convince people of. We have to remind people the cage can be escaped. Okay? Maybe you can't help the shocks. Maybe you can, though. But even if you can't help the shocks, you can get out of the cage. And that's what prefiguration is all about. And that's what radical ideology, liberatory ideology, the revolutionary spirit is all about. It is about people believing they can escape the cage. It's about overcoming the learned helplessness of the dog on the floor of the cage. And I have to say, a lot of people who are talking to me have already come to the conclusions, the radical conclusions, but for some reason, they're still the dog on the bottom of the cage. I don't get it. Stop being the dog in the cage. You know you can escape. Reject learned helplessness. Do something. Hans Device was talking about the Berkman situation, and they said, yeah, I read an account of that. They almost caused a mutiny. Yeah, I mean, think about it, right? This is them. They're a dog in a cage, right? That's them. And yet they still tried to organize a mutiny, right? They still, even on that ship in the middle of the ocean. Confused Lefty added, they even befriended the guards on the boat. Yeah. Tawiri adds the quote, direct action is ultimately the defiant insistence on acting as if one is already free. That really fits in, doesn't it? It really makes sense of what direct action is. Why is direct action important? That's why anarchists advocate direct action. That's why they don't advocate intermediaries. That's why they don't advocate states. That's why they don't advocate representatives. The work is not for representatives to do. The work is not for the state to do. The work is for us to do. And we will only experience being free if we do the direct action that will make us free. You have to act as if you're not the dog in the cage if you want out. You got to do the work even when the shocks are coming. Despite all their rage, they're still just a dog in a cage. Yeah, exactly. Knowledge and defense, I've moved on from the topic. I'm not talking about the Bolsheviks and Makhno anymore. Confused Lefty says, my friend argues that states are not all bad because they build roads, dams, etc., which are helpful to people. Thoughts? Well, that's the thing. I've had to point this out to a lot of people. The state subsumes the civil functions of society. That means that not everything the state's doing is going to be bad. It does a bunch of necessary functions in society. You know, there have to be rules and agreements in society. They just don't need to be opposed from the top down or imposed from the top down. There have to be, you know, people who are going to protect other people from violence, but that shouldn't be the police. The police are a dominant force. That has to be us protecting ourselves through, you know, community justice councils and militias. You know, there needs to be infrastructure projects. There has to be roads and, you know, gutter systems and sewers. There's just no reason why a representative needs to be the one making those decisions. There's a bunch of useful functions the state does. It does them in a way which is oppressive. Let me see if I can find this Malatesta quote. Malatesta, Anark. I think it's Constructing the Revolution is where I quoted it. Yes, here we go. When a collective has needs and its members fail to organize themselves spontaneously by themselves in order to get by, some authority figure pops up to cater for that need by deploying everyone's resources and directing them according to his whim. This is a point that Malatesta makes in the essay Organization. So I'll link the essay Organization here. The point is that those functions have to happen. Okay? Those functions have to happen. And if we do not coordinate together to get them done, that's going to allow the state or some very narrow authoritarian group to monopolize those functions. That is, I think, part of how the state came about. I think that after all my research, I'm kind of coming down on the side of Kropotkin in The State, Its Historic Role, which is that the state grew slowly, kind of evolutionarily, out of certain functions getting over-centralized. Maybe the most primary of these being justice and law. And so what Malatesta is pointing out here is essentially that if we don't do the work of coordinating this together somehow, authoritarians will. And then now, here we are, centuries, millennia on, after they have essentially monopolized those functions. And now we're saying, oh, but look at the good things they do for society. It's like, yeah, they monopolized all of the civil functions of society. It's like looking at corporations and being like, but look at all the good things they do for the economy. Yeah, they monopolized the economy. Like, all of the good things the economy could do are going to be done by the only actors that operate in the economy. All the good things that could be done in the civil functions of society are going to be done by the people who monopolize the civil functions of society. Like, naturally, that's what you might expect. And this is why I think you'll find that in the vacuum where the state doesn't provide those resources or doesn't provide those civil services to people, this is often in one of those places where revolutionary bottom-up prefigurative activity can take place. For example, the Zapatistas. For example, Fejuve in Bolivia. Those are examples of where the state did not provide them the amenities they needed. And so bottom-up forms of organization were way more persuasive. Because they could come to them and they're like, hey, we're going to get these things provided. We're going to figure out how to coordinate them. And they said, damn, all right, well, we need those things, right? The state isn't providing them. So boom, now you've got this constituency that's on board with you. And I think that's a big part of organizing people, finding unmet needs and meeting the needs. Ethan Darcy says, so how do we make sure a delegate does not become a representative? By making sure that they are always revocable, that their position is never embedded structurally. That is to say that we don't have to vote for them necessarily. We could simply eliminate their position through bottom-up vote and then make those decisions ourselves. And such that they do not make decisions and determine mandates. We determine mandates and they follow mandates. So this is why the Zapatistas say, here the people command and the government obeys. What they're saying is the decisions are all made from the bottom, and those who are delegated are controlled by the bottom. So delegation must always derive its mandate from the bottom. Delegates can never themselves develop new mandates. They should never be capable of making decisions outside of the mandate or altering their own mandate. That's not within their scope. That would make them now becoming more like representatives in a government. LGBT Mapper says, what is your opinion on Chaz? You know, it's funny. I've had so many people ask me about this. I still hold, so I'll note that during Chaz, me and a friend drove up to Seattle to see it in person. Let me see if I can find the thread that I did after I returned. Damn. This might be hard. Hopefully I can find it. Yep, there it is. So this is the thread that I did on Twitter after I returned. I mean, summary is, I don't really see it as a very good representation of anarchism, or if it is, it's a representation of individualist anarchism. This is what it looks like. This is what anti-organizationalism looks like, y'all. When you don't have formal structures for making decisions, when you don't codify your decisions somehow, when you don't produce ongoing structures, period, and you just say, everybody do as thou wilt, you don't get consistent coordination. You don't get a safe community. You get a disorganized community. You get a community that is easy to sabotage. You get a community where violence can take place without being systematically prevented. To me, I'll at least say this is not a representation of social anarchism at all. This never would happen under a social anarchist paradigm. However, I can't say that this is not perhaps a good representation of anti-organizationalism. This is a pretty good representation of anti-organizationalism, and it matches a lot of what I've seen in the past that ends up from anti-organizationalism. Lack of structure isn't liberatory. It does not empower people. It creates confusion, chaos, disagreements, factionalism, and as we saw, the possibility for violence, and not accountable violence either, unaccountable violence. So while I admire the people who were fighting to create this autonomous zone, and I'm not against autonomous zones on principle, it was badly mismanaged. Very badly mismanaged. There should have been daily assemblies. Those daily assemblies should have been everybody there. They should have just gone out in the middle of the autonomous zone and called everybody to assembly. And then they should have gone through a consensus process, determining rules and regulations about what can and cannot be done there, delegating and appointing people to do specific tasks, having accountability processes for people that have done things wrong. They should have had a charter for the autonomous zone. All of that. There should have immediately been structure. Day one, there should have been structure. Fuse Lefty says, are you open to doing a statist counter-revolutionary video on CNTFAI? I ask this because CNT worked with the Spanish government, and you say it's one of the major reasons they failed. I've had a lot of people ask me if I would do more statist counter-revolutionary videos. I just want to say that insofar as the video series, it's closed, and that's because you'll notice that it had a narrative structure, right? Like part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. It's like bookended by theory, example, example, theory. And so it's not something I would continue. However, if I were ever given the opportunity to publish it, I would probably include some more examples. I think the examples would probably be the CNTFAI and Chile and maybe Yugoslavia. Maybe. Possibly. But that would be if, once again, maybe if I ever got it published as a book, I would expand that kind of stuff. LGBT Mapper says, ever thought about making a video about it? Since I don't know if I ever saw an anarchist make one about it. Yeah, no, I've thought about it. I'd be down for making a video about it. Idra Loris asks, do armchair theorists have any place in anarchist spaces, or should we just fuck off? Wow. I don't know. Definitely still in the excuses phase, and I feel guilty espousing what I believe while not doing shit except donating. I mean, I think that donating is at least a good kind of minimum thing to do. I think that there is a bit of a problem with people who aren't engaged in the praxis writing theory about praxis because they don't have any experience doing anything. So how are they going to know what does and does not work? That being said, I don't think it's bad for you to write theory. I think this might be a good example of something you can do, but I would try not to weigh in super hard on praxis until you've actually had some experience in the real world, or that you have done a huge amount of study on the outcomes of praxis. Like if you go and read a ton of the, historical narratives about revolutions from different perspectives. You read accounts of people on the ground who were part of different activities. Then I would say maybe you have the expertise needed to talk about praxis, but I see a lot of people online who have literally no experience doing anything in the real world, who are, just kids who've never done anything, who've never been part of a group, who've never even really attended a protest, who have really strong opinions about how we should organize. And it's like, if you don't have knowledge about the topic, either through lived experience or through scrupulous study, probably don't weigh in on praxis. Things are a lot harder in reality than they appear in abstract. So I would say that means you could continue to write. I would say probably one of the best things you could write is propaganda. And I know numerous people have told me that they don't like me using that word. By propaganda, I don't mean deceptive rhetoric. By propaganda, I mean rhetoric meant to propagate. I meant that it's meant to propagate the ideas. Okay? So it's like, it's highly persuasive, it's mimetic, it's boiled down to easy phrases, or it's short essays, or essays which people can learn from, or, start with the basics, give people introductions to the ideas and the concepts, tell them about the values of anarchism, or educate them about historical events. That's the kind of stuff you could do not having any experience. There's nothing wrong with that, right? You can trust to resources that'll give you that information, and then you can reproduce that information. Malatesta said that a big part of being a revolutionary was repeating the same things over and over and over. So don't think you got to reinvent the wheel. You don't need to necessarily write new theory. Maybe what you could do is write a pamphlet, which just so happens to approach the topic better than other pamphlets, or you talk about a topic you do have lived experience with. and you relate it to anarchism. But yeah, I'd just be careful about weighing in on things you don't have any lived experience on or that you haven't researched in depth. I think that's a big problem we see in our communities these days. But also I would say just get out there and do something. Like just do something, you know, like get the lived experience so that you can make commentary on these things. That's the solution, I think, you know? Tawiri says, about the Emmett Goldman thing, people don't realize the Red Scare wasn't the only suppression of leftists. There was an Anarchist Exclusion Act in the early 1900s. Yeah. Yep. That's a really important event. Most people don't know about it. You might call it like the Black Scare. I think it was in 1907, literally called the Anarchist Exclusion Act. They were allowed to deport American anarchists. Didn't matter at all whether they were from here or from elsewhere. They didn't care. They literally passed an act saying they were allowed to deport American citizens if they were anarchists. Endeavor Zay says, Anark, what's the anarchist view of productivity? I would say it varies. Varies. Different people have different views on it. Me, I think productivity is always going to be good because you got to produce things in order to make progress, right? Produce something, whether it's your effort, you know, your labor by itself, whether it's the things you're making that people need. But I do think there's such a thing as a sort of toxic mentality of productivity that can take place. I think that in this society, we're forced to be exploitatively productive. We're also forced to be productive for other people's ends and not the liberatory ends. But I do think productivity toward liberatory ends is pretty much just a good thing. You know, obviously there are just clear exceptions. Don't work yourself past your limit or otherwise you won't even be productive. Also, don't fetishize production such that you think it's more important than everything else in your life. Otherwise, you'll probably just kind of be an empty and lonely person. But I can't see how any society could maintain itself without productivity. Some kind of productivity. And probably a rather high amount of productivity is needed to maintain human happiness and flourishing, even though it might be possible that a great deal of that could be automated. But even under those circumstances, I imagine that we'll still have people that need to be productive. Managing the machines, making art, making community events, bringing people together. That stuff's all going to require us to be productive. Other people don't see it that way. There are anarchists who are just against the concept of productivity. Margot Sorn says, when it comes to getting involved in praxis, the barriers for me have been alcoholism and depression. I don't know if it counts as praxis, but I have intervened in various violent domestic disputes, though. That absolutely is praxis. Never let anybody tell you that kind of interpersonal stuff isn't praxis. It is. It may not be on the scale of the kind of stuff that I'm advocating people doing, but that stuff will never not be important. Take that stuff seriously. It matters. And in the process of doing it, you're learning about that issue. You're engaged in helping someone, and you're learning about what does and does not work, right? And that might mean that you might be able to go on to then turn that into something even more solid, more consistent, where more people are helping. For example, one thing we've talked about before is like, you know, a good anti-police praxis is making an alternative 911 line, right? Where it's a hotline, it's always open, and people can just call in for calls they would call into 911 about to instead a line that we manage. And it's possible you could expand such a praxis into something like that. Yeah, and you say you give money to homeless people and you try to educate people about basic anti-oppression principles. All of that is praxis. All of that is praxis. Just keep doing it and expand. As for alcoholism and depression, that's understandable. I would say in that sense, obviously, therapy is probably a good idea. I can't say that it fixes everything. A lot of depression comes from just living in a really shitty society. I've had friends who struggle with alcoholism as well, so I know that's a real issue. It's very difficult to overcome. I will say there are promising treatments. I don't know if you've ever tried psychedelics, but psychedelics have been scientifically proven to have very positive effects on alcoholism, at least for some substantial period of time. But yeah, I understand how those things could be limiting. It's understandable. But yeah. I think you're already trying to do the right thing. Just keep it up and take care of yourself. Juarez asks, do you consider moral philosophy to be important to anarchism? I don't think it's necessary to come to anarchist conclusions. That is to say, I think you could pretty much just completely forego an ethical analysis and still come to all the conclusions the anarchists have. I think the anarchist analysis is at base a structural analysis. It's about power structures. But obviously, this is going to have an effect on any kind of ethical conception, and any kind of ethical conception is going to have a bearing on what kind of structures we believe should be created. So it can easily be involved, and some anarchists have indeed intertwined ethical analyses with their anarchism. The first one that comes to mind is Kropotkin, for example. But I don't think it's necessary. I don't think you really need an ethical theory to understand the anarchist analysis. It can be understood from purely, I guess you might call like a realpolitik sort of perspective. Not literally realpolitik, but this sort of, hard-nosed acceptance of conditions that's just structural, that's just political, that just analyzes power. I think you can come to anarchism entirely upon those principles. Give me just a second. People are trying to get a hold of me. I need to check something. All right. Endeavor Zay says, Anark, what do you think about donating all your money for a good cause, although you have no more money? Don't do that, yo. Don't do that. That's self-sabotaging. I admire it. That's it. That's admirable. That's good, but don't do that to yourself. You can't be a help to anybody if you can't pay your rent. Like, what good are you to other people if you're living on the street or, kicked out of house and home or can't feed yourself? You got to take care of yourself in order to be able to help other people. That's like it's a base requisite here, right? Yeah. Don't do that to yourself. It's not worth it. And furthermore, it's not sustainable, right? Like, if you're trying to help people, imagine you want to help a lot of people. Well, if you just blow it all on one example and then you don't have money from then on, well, you can't help anybody else, right? Like you gave it all up for one situation. You got to make it sustainable, yo. Like that's a big part of it. Sustainability is what you got to be aiming for. Really, you got to avoid burnout, avoid self-sabotage. None of that's, not only is it not going to help you, it's not going to help anyone else. You're not going to be able to help anyone else. So like, just again, take care of yourself, people. Like, yeah, you got to take care of yourself, at least to some base requisite, okay? Enough that you can live the life you need to live in order to help people, in order to carry out these revolutionary activities. Confused Lefty says, do you think anarchist organizing should be social ecologist to be liberatory? I don't know much about it, but as far as I know, indigenous farming doesn't give as much yield as modern farming. Is it okay if a food co-op follows modern farming methods? You know, this is so much of a bigger topic than I ever thought it was. Getting into agriculture and starting to grow stuff and starting to learn about farming and learning about permaculture and learning about indigenous methods and learning about regenerative agriculture, this is so much more complicated than I ever thought it was. I believe that you can, in fact, get very high yields with regenerative farming. You can get very high yields with indigenous farming. And I think it's possible you could get very high yields with permaculture, but I don't think that a lot of people who are doing indigenous and permaculture methodologies are putting the effort in to get very high yields. I think that they tend to be trying to produce an amount that is self-sustaining rather than an amount that produces food sovereignty. And this is something we've been having to learn about as an organization. I think that a great place for you to go, I actually should really pitch this guy's YouTube channel because I started following him on Instagram and I loved his stuff. It's Sylvan Aqua Farms. So I'm going to find his stuff real quick because he got, he's a black indigenous farmer that is doing regenerative agriculture, but not necessarily permaculture. And he has, you know, sometimes he has kind of controversial takes, but I really appreciate his honesty and his, you know, he's not afraid to say what he thinks, even if he thinks people are going to get angry at him. And I think he has a lot of good points. He has a lot of good advice for people. And I would say people should really listen to him. Even if you don't agree with everything he says, you should listen to what he has to say because he's very articulate. He has the experience. Okay. And, what I was going to say is he was on Instagram. That was his big platform, but, he got kicked off for shitting on racists. So racists kept coming into his comments and he just, bro, was ruthless. He just went in on him and, Instagram banned his account. They banned his account. So he's trying to get started up on YouTube now. So y'all should go follow him because he's awesome. He's doing a worker cooperative. It's a worker cooperative that is doing regenerative agriculture, not permaculture, not indigenous methods, but regenerative agriculture. And there's a difference. And, got a lot of respect for the guy and he needs a boost as well. He needs a boost. So y'all should all go subscribe to the guy. I see 98 viewers here. All 98 of you should go subscribe to this dude. Damn, Discord just introduced a great feature, y'all. I don't know if y'all already had this, but it is where, you know how like you used to have to go and you had to click a little drop down to see all the emojis to react with, and then you had to choose your emoji out of the list. What they've done now is they've got your your top 3 most used emojis that just are on hover every time you go over somebody's message. And that's the kind of quality of life improvement I can get behind. Sorry. Hans Device says, have you heard of the Four Thieves Vinegar Collective? It's an anarchist project developing alternatives to existing medical systems. Yeah, I have, and it's awesome. And I want to see them flourish because that could create a completely new kind of pharmaceutical industry, and it could make pharmaceuticals approachable for workers' cooperatives. It is super interesting. I especially am a super big fan of them making insulin. Very cool. Very, very cool. E said, jokes aside, what are the good places to meet local anarchists? For context, my town is less than 5,000 people and the nearest city is like an hour away. Well, sad truth is probably that the nearest city is probably about where they're at. But I bet you, okay, 5,000 people, at least a few anarchists are there. So what you need to do is you need to find some way to put out that beacon. And one way might just be to create an anonymous page that is about anarchism and has your little town or your little city's name in the title or in the bio. And I assume if there's only 5,000 people in your city, you probably know what social media they use. So that's the social media you should prioritize to try to find them. Tawiri says, are zines written by the YPJ and YPG Rojava script? I can't think of any I've seen. You know, their context is so different. I don't imagine they get a lot of use out of making zines, you know. We'd probably get a lot of use out of it, but it's probably kind of on us to make those. Confused Lefty says, how do you deal with very addictive drugs in an anarchist society as prohibition doesn't work? Will it be a drug positive society or have extensive anti-drug propaganda campaigns? Honestly, I think the way I look at it is that it should be a drug neutral society. But obviously there are some drugs for which there is very little possibility for responsible usage. I still don't think they should be outlawed, but I do think that those drugs should be discouraged. I'll just say right off the top of my head, those drugs are methamphetamines, heroin, crack. Those drugs have very, very little possibility for responsible use. The stories I've heard from so many people that have tried those drugs is just that for most people, you are instantly addicted. I'm not saying it's true of everybody. I've heard people tell me otherwise, but they can ruin people's lives. And they can just ruin people's lives instantly. So what I would say is that we should probably discourage usage of those drugs in any society, but that we should be, I don't think that we should outlaw them because, as you say, it just doesn't work. It creates a criminal underclass that then buys and sells those drugs, and it empowers the criminal underclass in the process. We've seen this all over the place. There's just no examples of drug prohibition doing anything good. They don't work. But the solution is probably to offer rehabilitation programs as much as is conceivably possible, right? You don't shame people about it. If you shame people about it, they're less likely to seek treatment. We know that. Studies have all shown it. So instead, you should probably maintain drug neutrality. Don't shame the people that are addicted. But also do not promote those drugs. Yet, make rehabilitation, make getting clean and turning your life around, make that very available, very, very accessible to everyone. And I think if you do that, you're going to get the best possible set of outcomes. Because when it comes to things like crack, methamphetamine, and heroin, there is almost no good outcome. Like, I've just heard so many horror stories. And it's not just horror stories from the media. It's horror stories from people I've met, right? Like, I've had numerous people tell me that they had a year or two long meth binge, and that the first moment they took a hit, they knew their whole life was about that. They knew their whole life was about the drug, and it was for over a year or two, and they are ashamed of the stuff they did. Good people, not scummy people, good people. So yeah, drug neutrality, offer rehabilitation. That's the best you can do, I think. Yeah, Hypnosis says heroin and meth are hard to use responsibly, but they are not instantly addictive, just very easy to get addicted to. Yeah, I think that one really depends on the person. That one depends on the person. I have heard people who said that they took them and that was their only time and that they didn't get instantly addicted. But I've also talked to numerous people for which they said the moment the high hit, that was it for them. That was it. So I personally would just say, kids, not even once. Just for, at least for those specific drugs. There's some drugs that just don't. I would also say PCP, probably don't. Probably don't, okay? Like, I'll say this. If you're ever thinking about doing a drug, go to erowid.org and read the trip reports. I don't know if this is going to date me. This is going to show you how old I am. This place right here, erowid.org, okay? Go there. If you want to take a drug, go there, read the trip reports, decide for yourself if that's what you want to do. KX says, my friend is very sympathetic to anarchism, but needs to see or have something really illustrated for him to see hope in it, rather than the conceptual or theoretical. What could I show him? Oh, I mean, that's why I made the Liberation in Action series. Go tell him to watch the series. Endeavor Zay says, Anarch, do you think authoritarian leftist regimes improve living standards better than capitalist regimes? Well, I think that they are capitalist regimes. That's one note here. So that makes this a little confusing to answer. But also, if you were to compare them to boilerplate social democracies, no. Like, they're not better. They were never better to live in than Sweden or Switzerland or Norway after their parliamentary processes. But better than some capitalist nations, absolutely. And better than some capitalist nations at the time it was happening, absolutely. And did they improve conditions? 100%. Enormously better than what came before, just without a doubt. Monarchy, Tsarism, is abhorrent. It was essentially a capitalist revolution with very strong kind of like social democratic aspects. KX says weed, shrooms, LSD are all most people need. I admit I'm a big fan of all three of those drugs. Yeah, I think those are probably the ones that have least capability for abuse as well. KX says, that's exactly what I've already done, but do you have anything else to show him? Well, I don't know. I mean, damn, those are big projects. I don't know what it is he needs to see. That's kind of like, what is the standard he needs, right? Yeah, knowledge and defense, you're right. He says, to be fair, they had much worse starting points in comparison compared to the Nordic countries. Agreed, 100%. Absolutely. The Dragon Dread says, are drugs bourgeois? No, drugs are just drugs. Drugs they're just mind-altering substances. Downstairs says, Anarch, do you have any comment on the Black Panthers as an organization when their ideological views are Maoist aligned? Yeah, I think like most people that I admire a lot of things the Black Panthers did, but I think it should be noted that the Black Panthers were being called anarchists by other authoritarian leftists at the time that they existed because they were doing things like the breakfast programs and trying to build bottom-up projects and trying to organize the lumpen proletariat instead of just building unions. So I think that they were absolutely not anarchist. I'm not trying to say that at all. I'm just trying to say that by the standards of authoritarian leftists, they were about as anarchic as you can get while still being authoritarian leftists. And if I had to guess why, it's probably just because they came from situations where they did not have the luxury of not doing things. They did not have the luxury of not giving people food and water and providing basic amenities to them. You know, they couldn't just skip all of that. They weren't surrounded by, you know, blue collar workers. They were surrounded by people living in poverty, people who were lumpen proletariat, people who are ex-gang members or ex-convicts. They didn't have the luxury of discarding these people. They had to organize the people they had. And so they did things that a lot of anarchists would support in the process. So, yeah. But there's a reason then when it failed why so many of the Black Panthers became anarchists. And in fact, the American Black anarchist movement almost can be said to birth from the death of the Black Panthers. It's like so many of them were ex-Black Panthers. Riley Alberta Strong says, "Hey, Anark. So we started a Food Not Bombs chapter in my hometown of Columbus, Georgia, and I want to know if you have any advice for effectively organizing anarchic projects in a conservative state." Yeah, I mean, one of the things is that you are not going to be able to take the puritanical standards of online leftists into your conversations with the people that are around you. Do not try unless you want to shoot yourself in the foot. You will sabotage everything you're doing if you try to appeal to the standards that online leftists have. Many of these online leftists and the standards that they set are because they live in liberal cities. They're privileged to be surrounded by other people with generally liberal sympathies. So it's easy for them to have incredibly stringent purity tests. But those of us who live in places where we do not have the luxury of being surrounded by liberals, but instead have to deal with the conditions that we actually have in the real world, we cannot go around discarding people and believing that they are not worthy of saving because they do not match internet leftist standards. That doesn't mean you let them get away with being bigots. You can't. But you've got to meet them where they're at. You're going to have to practice a lot of patience. You're going to have to try to understand people's perspectives and also understand how their surrounding social conditioning brought them here. How did they get to this point? Why do they believe these things? Do they actually believe it deep down inside? Or are they just saying some shit they heard on the news? Or are they just saying some shit they heard on Facebook? Or are they just saying some shit that Uncle Bob said? Or are they just saying some shit their MAGA grandpa told them, right? And if you start with that perspective and you recognize that most people who say kind of fucked up things aren't deeply ideologically committed to those viewpoints, but instead they're more uninspected, that they haven't thought very deeply about those viewpoints, then you'll probably be able to practice a little more patience with them. That's been my experience. And so I think that is really important for people that are organizing in conservative areas. And most of the time when I talk to people that are in conservative areas and they're having problems, it's because they're trying to apply internet leftist standards to talking with normal people, and especially in conservative areas. That's just never going to work. You have to bring people from where they are to where you are. You can't just expect them to leap the entire bound all in one go. That's not to say, might I add, that they all need to be in your organization. Okay, it's okay to have a platform, and it's okay for only people who agree to your platform to be in the organization. Cooperation Tulsa ain't letting in anybody that does not agree to our points of unity. It's that simple. Okay, but you have to be able to organize around people who aren't necessarily on board with all of your points of unity. To use volunteer labor, to talk with people when you table events, or when you flyer, or when you just talk to people in your proximity and in groups that are tangential to who you speak with. You have to start with a charitable and patient mindset. So that is the main thing that I would tell you. Endeavor Zay says, do you prefer normal capitalist regimes of the third world with fascist like US-backed puppet regimes? Or do you support those authoritarian leftists who call themselves socialists like Vietnam? Like, yo, it's obvious who's the lesser of two evils here. I mean, obviously authoritarian leftist states are superior to the fascist US-backed states. Like, that's easy, uncontroversial opinion for me. Yeah, no, absolutely. I much prefer those places that falsely call themselves socialist. I would much prefer a Cuba or a Venezuela or Bolivia to Brazil, for example, right? Brazil's terrifying. Not to say anything about the people of Brazil, obviously. It's not a statement about the people. It's a statement about the state, right? Then again, Brazil is in BRICS. I don't know. Authoritarian leftists, they're completely off the rails. Confused Lefty says, the more I talk to offline people, the more I realize how much contradictory, superficial opinions they hold, which they just heard from someone. That is 1,000% true. 1,000%. That is exactly what's going on. They just haven't even thought about it. Okay, so like, I hope this doesn't come off the wrong way, but in our spaces, we have a lot of people who are autistic and ADHD. And these two kinds of, mentalities, myself included, I'm ADHD, we tend to think about things really deeply. We're very systematic in our thought, okay? We are constantly on the lookout for contradictions. We're constantly making sure that everything is consistent. And we don't want to believe something unless we've backed it up somehow. Like we went and researched it, or we thought about it and the rationality. Yeah, that makes sense. That all fits together. We're very methodical. We're very careful in what we choose to believe. And when you talk to people who are neurotypical, you might say, that is not how neurotypical people think. Not all, I know some of them otherwise, but most of them, what they want is closure. They just want closure. Okay? Topic comes up, they're curious about it, or it's bugging them. And they don't need the answer to be like I just said. They don't need it to be systematic and methodical and sourced and completely consistent. All they need is closure in the moment. So the thought comes up, the worry, the concern, and then they hear an answer. They'll just take the answer to be true. That's it. Maybe they'll think about it. Sometimes if it's really bad or it's really off center from what they believe, maybe they'll go through this process of reflection and thinking about it. But honestly, a lot of the time, not even then. This is how you get liberals being anti-immigrant somehow, or somehow liberals being anti-union, or conservatives being pro-union. unionists being MAGA Republicans, right? Like, it's because they go, question, confusion, point of contention. And then the first answer they come across, done. That's it. That's closure. That's my answer. Moving on. And when you realize that that's how most people think about subjects, that it's a very small minority of people that are neurodivergent, that think otherwise, that don't take that default perspective, maybe then you can practice a little more charity and patience. Okay? A lot of the time, neurotypical people, just whatever they hear more, that's what they believe. They heard it on the news enough. That's got to be the truth. And that means that if you can undermine their confidence in that belief, they might just change their mind on the spot. And don't expect it, though. Don't expect anybody to change their mind on the spot. Nobody. Neurotypical, neurodivergent, doesn't matter. Pretty much nobody changes their mind on the spot. But I'm just saying, they may be less dug in than you think. Most neurotypical people are not as dug in as you think they are. Instead, they kind of just aren't thinking about these things at all. They're thinking about them to the degree they need closure. Oh, I need to go vote this season. I better figure out who I'm going to vote for. Oh, I've got an answer. That's it. Moving on. Like, just saying. I love how everybody just agreed. The whole chat is like, yeah, you're right. I'm neurodivergent. Neurodivergent crew. Neuro superior, you mean? Yeah. 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 Rowan Bauer says, so that's why neurotypical people make no sense to me. I mean, they still don't, but in a way I get it. Yeah, exactly. They're just looking for closure. They're not sitting around. And this is something I've talked to other neurodivergent people about before, when we've all kind of sat around and had the realization that most neurotypical people are not sitting around deeply ruminating and reflecting on topics. They're not like sitting there deeply thinking back, on some very complicated theoretical subject or some scientific piece of evidence or something. That's not what their minds are occupied on in a daily sense. Their minds are usually occupied upon something a little more immediate, like the task that they're doing or what they need to do a little bit later in the day or something their girlfriend said to them earlier, or just more kind of task-oriented things, more, I want to use the word mundane. It's not always mundane necessarily. They're thinking about their job. They're thinking about the stuff they've actually got to do and interact with. They don't have mental energy to devote to worrying about the political theory of anarchism. Okay? So when you come at them with that shit, they're just like, what? Huh? Isn't anarchism when chaos? Sorry. I don't mean to insult any neurotypical people here. That's not what I'm trying to do. Just saying, that's the average person in the populace. Understand that when you interact with them. Hypnosis goes, what do they spend their time thinking about? Benjamin Allison, you better know I got a hick voice. I grew up right here in Oklahoma. Seamless. This ain't my normal accent, but you better believe I heard it all over the place. Lots of people in Oklahoma, they talk like this. I mean, not too many, I guess, but I done met lots of them. Oklahoma. That's right, I'm from Oklahoma. Around here, we speak like this. If you don't, where the hell you from? Confused lefty. You like anarchism? I like Joker too. No, that is not my actual accent. My parents sound mostly like me. My mom has the slightest little accent because she comes from a little town called Cushing. Benjamin Allison, you know what I'm talking about. Now, y'all down there got a little bit different kind of drawl. It's not exactly like Oklahoma. It's a little slower. And you kind of string out them there words a little longer. Anarchism? Is that Purge movie? Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that you'll get from a lot of normal people. That sounded like the cop from No Country for Old Men. That makes a little bit of sense. He's supposed to be Texan. Hypnosis, yeah. A lot of Okies moved to California after the Dust Bowl. That's exactly right. And then you've got a ton of people, therefore, in California who have relatives from Oklahoma. And then here in Oklahoma, we have a bunch of people from California for that reason. So. Davey rules. I did not know that neurotypical don't do that. This changes everything. This is hilarious, y'all. I was mostly stereotyping when I said that most of the audience here is neurodivergent. And then y'all are like, yep, that's accurate. You were right. Like 90% of the people in chat. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. No, I mean, I think honestly, it makes sense to me. I think that a lot of people who are more neurodivergent think more like systematically, and therefore they kind of go in deep on the topics. And so they're very likely to be radicalized by those topics. If you think deeply about the topics, you are going to be radicalized. You can only not be radicalized by thinking shallowly. And I think that is a big contributing factor to why there are so many neurodivergent people in radical left spaces. You know, I've kind of joked before that, neurodivergent people are like the shock troopers of revolution. And what I mean by that is that they're the first most radical wave. They're the ones that started thinking about things systematically, got radicalized by thinking about them systematically, and then they're the ones that are going to popularize and spread these very radical or revolutionary views. And that is in no way a disparagement. It's just is what it is. Rowan says, that's not a stereotype, that's demographics. Endeavor Zay says, what do you say to ADHD people who struggle with concentration while reading? I feel that. My best solution, because there's no like easy solution. The best solution is to eliminate distractions. And that involves as well getting your phone out of reach. So instead of like right now, for example, my phone right here. Okay. But if I wanted to make absolutely certain I didn't get distracted by my phone, I should not only keep it out of eyesight, I should keep it out of reach. Studies have been done which show that if your phone is even in your reachable proximity, your subconscious is always keeping track of it. So it's always thinking about the phone. It's only when that phone like leaves your sphere of influence that your brain stops thinking about the phone. And I doubt it really even stops. But if it is out of your reach, it seems like it has much less of a pull as a distraction. So what I would say is eliminate distractions. turn off your TV, put the remote somewhere else, put your phone somewhere else, focus on the text. That's what I would say. I'm not saying it makes it easier, but especially on your computer, it can be super hard. Or if you're on your phone reading, it can be super hard. But that's what it boils down to. Close out all the apps, close your tabs, focus on the text. RD says, neurodivergent people can also see through bullshit and can also be anti-conformist. I do think neurodivergent is very radicalizing. Yeah, I mean, that's also kind of, it's even part of like the diagnostic criteria sometimes, is that they have like injustice sensitivity. Guattari says, if you're struggling with your mind drifting away from the text, try alternative mediums like videos, audiobooks, etc., whatever makes it more digestible. Agreed, 100%. In fact, I just want to say that I've read a lot of stuff by listening to it in audiobook form or listening to screen readers. Now, I know some people have real issues with screen readers because of like auditory processing stuff. For me, it doesn't bother me at all. So I'll just load up some essay or book that I'm interested in, and if I can't find an audiobook for it, and just listen to it through a screen reader. The one I use is called @voice. It's like @voice. And I found some pretty good voices on there that aren't too grating. Yeah, KX says, I'll be real, YouTube videos are the only stuff I can consistently do. Even audiobooks will often be so dry and uncompelling. Yeah, that makes sense. I think that a lot of neurodivergent people are consuming video essays and stuff. I think that's a big reason for it. Because I think one of the things, I mean, I'll only speak about ADHD here because I only really know about ADHD. But ADHD is based on like dopamine dysregulation. Right. So you have problems with regulating dopamine. Your dopamine is almost always too low, and you have like no control over what gives you dopamine. So it's like, and to get dopamine, it's weird. It almost seems like you need a certain sweet spot of stimulation. If you get out of the sweet spot, you become overstimulated. And if you get below the sweet spot, you become understimulated. And if you're overstimulated or understimulated, you can't do anything. You just get stuck. You just get locked in place. And you get executive dysfunction. There's a variety of other things as well, but mostly executive dysfunction. And if you're in that window, if you stay there for long enough, you get hyperfocus. And that's just because you're getting dopamine for the first time. You're finally getting dopamine. So you get that dopamine. So I think what's going on is that you have different kinds of people, different neurodivergent people, that certain formats are understimulating and certain formats are overstimulating. And so they find the format that fits right in that little window. And it's going to be different for everyone, right? Certain people have auditory processing disorders. Some people have visual processing disorders. And so they're going to need different things to hit that little window. Yeah, Hypnosis says dopaminergic drugs can be very useful. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But they're also very addicting because they're all stimulants. Yeah. Not Xard, don't know how to say that, but In your opinion, has Lenin's post-bourgeois proletariat state been accomplished in any capacity? No. Otherwise, the November Revolution and China's Cultural Revolution are still bourgeois. That's exactly my opinion. Yes, they were bourgeois revolutions. In fact, that's literally what I call them all the time. They were revolutions from kind of proto-capitalist or mercantilist conditions that were kind of ending their feudal conditions. And these were bourgeois revolutions which forced the transition into capitalism. So yeah, that's exactly what happened in both occasions. And they say as much. Neither Lenin nor Mao claimed otherwise. Both Lenin and Mao called their revolutions state capitalist, and they both said that it was a transition into actual socialist relations. However, in neither occasion did we ever experience such a transition. That never happened. So they just were bourgeois revolutions, and that's why China and Russia became bourgeois societies, which they are today. Tawiri says, vanguardism is incredibly classist and sort of colonialist. Yeah, I mean, it's at least classist. Vanguardism is the transposition of the bourgeois revolutionary method onto socialism. Like, literally look at what they're doing and you'll see that it's just Bonapartism, right? All they're doing is they're creating this elite group of revolutionary leaders who rile up the masses or really just co-opt the activity of the masses that already existed. And then they jump into the driver's seat, institute a state which imposes regulations, but maintains capitalism, and then undergoes war to maintain the transition out of previous conditions. It's literally, vanguardism is just a liberal revolutionary method. Straight up. Riley Alberta Strong says, hey, Anark, is Cooperation Tulsa outwardly anarchist? Going back to organizing in red states, how do you talk about Co-op Tulsa with normies? No, we're not outwardly. We don't advertise ourselves as anarchist. Most of the people in the group are anarchist, but not even all the people in the group are anarchist. When people ask us to describe our group, we usually don't describe ourselves as anarchists because factually the group's praxis is not just like strictly anarchist. We describe ourselves as being communalist or social ecologist. That's generally, or we say we're horizontalist just because it kind of helps them understand it. So one of those, like just telling you what the kind of spiel that we do when we table out at public events, there's kind of, I've discerned after doing it for like over a year at this point, that the best way to start the conversation, there's two paths of the conversation. They walk up and either you start by talking about your values, in which case I say, hey, we're with a group called Cooperation Tulsa. Our group is based around values of direct democracy, anti-hierarchy, and restoration of the ecology. And all three of those, they immediately kind of have an idea of what I'm saying. Direct democracy, we kind of get a basic education about what that means. They know it means like all the people come together, the proposals come from the people, we vote on them together, we pass them together. They know that's what that means. Then anti-hierarchy, that one's a little spicy sometimes, but they get the idea. We're against hierarchies. And then restoring the ecology, most of the time they don't quite understand how radical we are when we say that, but they think it means that just we care about the environment. And that is a great opening point for just talking to people about the concepts. Then we get more and more and more specific. We specify more and more and more. We go, yeah, well, we describe that like, boom, sentence, name, phrase. That's the first path of conversation. Second path of conversation is we start by talking about what we do, right? So if they come up and the first thing they if they come up and the first thing they do is look at the zines we've got on the table, I say what I just said. If they come up and the first thing they do is they go, what are y'all about? What do you do? Then I say something like, oh, we're a group called Cooperation Tulsa. Most of the work we've done here in town is organizing community gardens. Some of the most significant community gardens we created were with historically black churches here in the Greenwood district. And we have also acquired 2.5 acres of land, which we call Flat Rock, where we are trying to create an agricultural cooperative as well as restore the native biodiversity. This then gets us into a conversation about that stuff. These are the two rails that we generally put them on in the conversation. And both of those are highly successful for giving them a starting place to understand what's up, what's going on, without trying to push them into the deep end right off the bat. And that works very, very well in my experience. We've had lots of great conversations that start with one of those two. But I should also mention, we table zines that have anarchism on the front, that say anarchism or anarchist, all kinds of stuff. We table Andrewism. Andrewism did that video called What is Black Anarchism? We table Andrewism's What is Black Anarchism as a zine. So when they come up, they see Black Anarchism on the table. We also, if any of you know who Elisha Moon Williams is, she wrote Queers with Guns and Queer Social Anarchism. We table both of those. So Queers with Guns is one of the titles out there on the table, and Queer Social Anarchism is out there on the table. Those are always provocative, but it's nice because when we kind of use this more normalized rhetoric, but then that stuff is on the table, it opens up the conversations much bigger, where people are like, oh, that's interesting. That seems like very kind of not only anodyne, but maybe even good. Like they're into it, right? But then the things on the table make them be like, well, okay, but there's more to it. Tell me more. So it gets them interested. We've only had a few people be weird and aggressive. We have had a few though. So yeah, that's my experience. We call it Flat Rock because that is the name of a creek which is nearby. It is also the name the indigenous people gave to that area before it was colonized. I don't actually know why though. I don't see any flat rocks around there. I mean, there's a layer of sandstone. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's because there is a layer of sandstone, but I don't know why it was called that, but that's why we called it that. Guattari says, I didn't know Andrewism stuff existed as a zine. Gonna check it out. Just so everybody knows, every single thing uploaded to Anarchist library is available as a zine. So if you want to get a zine version of any of that stuff, you go to the top. So Anarchist library, Andrewism, you go there. It doesn't matter which one. I don't care. You go there, and then at the very top, there are PDF icons. And the one that is the second from the left, that's called A4 imposed PDF, is that essay in zine form. Straight up. It's that essay automatically turned into a zine. So that's what we do. We just go and we just table the zines by printing them from Anarchist library. And then of course, sometimes we have really nice zines that are like customized and everything. Tawiri asks, are there any prominent, current, or historical scientific anarchist figures that analyze their anarchism around physics? Honestly, I can't think of any. I'm thinking though. No. You've got Kropotkin, biology, evolutionary science. You've got Recluse, geography. You've got a variety of different sciences, but none of them physics. I think there we go. That's my claim to fame. That's it. Feyerabend is not really an anarchist. He's what I might call a philosophical anarchist, but I don't think that he doesn't strike me as being a political anarchist. He has his views on epistemology are called anarchist, and they're called anarchist because they lack structure, basically, that he doesn't believe that those things have structure. So not only do I not think that he's a political anarchist, I also don't think that the reason he's called an anarchist is a good description of anarchism. I'm thinking though, but no, I mean, it seems like the ones who they don't call themselves anarchists. They would call themselves like system scientists or something. And then you read what they're saying and you're like, oh, that sounds like anarchism, but really methodical and systematic, like Stafford Beer or, Buckminster Fuller, these kinds of people. Oh, I guess you could, let's see here. Mathematical anarchism. Okay. Not physics, but here's math. Here's math. They call themselves Evo. Then there's anarchism and systems science. I think it's called, anarchism and science. No, that's not it. Complex systems theory and anarchism. Once again, not necessarily physics, but here's one where it's complex systems theory and anarchism. Then you've got Toward an Anarchist Cybernetics, which is the one I actually mentioned it earlier. Once again, not physics, but cybernetics. There's that. But nobody's doing physics exactly. Nobody's doing physics. And the truth is mine is like a little bit of physics with a bunch of complex systems analysis. But yeah, some of that stuff's pretty cool. Read through each of those articles. There's good stuff in there. Guattari asks, what's a good introductory material for complex systems analysis? Introductory, Wikipedia. No joke. In fact, I read a textbook about complex systems analysis, and in the textbook, they recommend using the Wikipedia articles. They cite them, and they actually say that the articles on Wikipedia about complex systems analysis and systems theory and all of that associated stuff, that they are so good that they make an impassioned plea for people to donate to Wikipedia at the beginning of the textbook. So like, go do a Wikipedia dive. Read about complex systems analysis, read about complex systems themselves, systems theory, emergence, all that stuff. You'll be blown away. Spontaneous order, self-organized criticality, emergence, non-linearity, all that stuff is so anarchistic and so interesting. Highly recommend. Yeah. Start on Wikipedia. Then after that, let's see here. What was the name of the book? It was called Understanding Complex Systems by Mobus and Colton. That is the textbook that I read, and it was great. It was great. Really good. Super interesting. So I think we're coming to the end of the stream. It's been 4 hours and 40-ish minutes. God, I keep getting texts, like these campaign texts. Is it anybody else's like text inbox just absolutely inundated with the most inane campaign texts about Kamala Harris and every fucking annoying second-rate Democratic candidate who's running? I don't know how I got on these people's email list, but it just won't stop. It's so annoying. Just a spam of these people. Just They tell me they needed to text me to tell me Robert De Niro and George Clooney are rallying for Kamala Harris. All donations are 500% matched today. I have no idea how I got in their database. I bet Bernie gave him the email list, y'all. Bet that's what happened. All right. Well, indeed, Elaine. Okay, I think I'm about done here for today. It was good talking with y'all. Appreciate the donations. I got one right here at the very end. Dang. From Richard Faulkner for $20. Richard says, first time catching the stream live from, I'm ashamed to say I don't know how to say Aotearoa. No idea what I'm doing here. I know that means New Zealand, though. First chance to super chat. Enjoy your perspective and knowledge. Brutal times here in New Zealand. Rampant neoliberal atlas at the top. Trying to effect change where I can. Well, I appreciate you donating. That it really does make a difference, especially given that I haven't been doing as many videos. That means that I'm not getting very much ad revenue. So, also $10 from Hypnosis. I appreciate you, Hypnosis. He says, just keep doing what you're doing. Well, I can do that. $10 to keep doing what I'm doing it. Also, given that I guess that's the case, once again, not making as many videos, it means I'm not making very much ad revenue. If you want to help the channel, just understand that when I'm not making these videos, I actually am working on a huge video essay that's going to be like over 3 hours long. So if you want to support the channel, go to my Patreon, become a patron for any amounts, like $2, $5, $7, $10, or $20. Any amount you can spare is super helpful. I appreciate y'all so much. You're the reason why I can work on these big, long video essays. Otherwise, I'd have to do that grind. I'd have to upload a bunch of kind of like, clickbaity sort of videos in order to make money, make a living off of ad revenue. I think we all know that's not the direction we want this channel to go. So in order to maintain the integrity of this channel, please become a patron at my Patreon, patreon.com/Anark. We appreciate everybody tuning in, and I think that is about it. I'll see y'all next time.